So thanks everyone for joining. We're in week 5, super exciting. We started on February 15th and now it's March 15th. So we're officially, full 4 weeks in, kicking off week 5. Super grateful for everyone devoting your time, energy, brain waves. Everyone who's been part of this process has made it, for the first time for ZK Ignite. I'm super happy to see just all of the collaboration and ideation and strength that's kind of gone into making it so far. So really excited now to kind of like kick off proposal presentations. I'm just going to give a quick update on where we are in terms of stats and maybe just a couple of reminders. And then we'll move straight into presentations and feedback. And right before we do that, I'll kind of like lead the way a little bit in terms of hosting and making sure that we stay on time and things like that. But first, just to say, like, here are the stats. It's the same amount of proposals as last week because we've been in draft mode. But yeah, like 106 proposals for the ZK app track, 62 proposals for the Dev for Dev track, and so many good ideas. What is the new stat, which I want to call out, is comments, which is amazing. 228 comments on the ZK app track and 164 comments on the Dev for Dev track. We talked about the Cambrian explosion. We talked about, it at week 1 when it was just an idea, and now seeing it come to life and seeing kind of the generosity that's being shared of time and perspectives and experience and helping other people kind of refine their proposals for the betterment of the ecosystem is just really encouraging to see. So I just want to give like a shout out to everybody who's here on the call, everybody who's not here and maybe watching the recording. If you're on YouTube and you're lurking, this one goes out to you as well. Just like, thank you for making this happen. This is what it takes to kind of create that Cambrian explosion. And it's not just about the proposals, it's about the comments and it's about the feedback as well. And as a reminder, like we have until March 21st at 11:59 Pacific Standard Time to keep revising these proposals and keep giving feedback. So we still have some time, and we want to see this kind of like energy and volume continue all the way up until the deadline. Okay, so just a couple more reminders. Like, given this is cohort 1, and there is a hard line when it comes to the budget. Not all projects are going to get funded, but there are many other ways to contribute as well. Not just leaving feedback, but also potentially joining a team. Becoming a mentor. This slide is outdated. The deadline is actually today to becoming a mentor if you want to apply. And if you are still interested and you missed the deadline for whatever reason, but you're still really interested in becoming a mentor, you can send us a DM, send either myself or Caleb Curry a DM over the next week or so if you're really interested. And again, once projects are funded, each project will be paired with a mentor. We can also, share other projects on Twitter. I've seen a lot of projects getting shared where people think, find an idea that's really cool and they share it within their networks, and then it gains speed from there. So if you see something that you really like as well, please share it. Feel free to share your own as well. But it's been awesome to see just people sharing others' proposals. I specifically want to give a shout out to Robbie as well. I've seen him doing that a lot on Twitter and getting traction for other projects there. So it's amazing. The contributions as part of cohort 1 will be considered when we're designing future cohorts. Lots of kind of like, we'll continue to evolve how the different groups are, like electors and mentors and things like that. So we want everyone to know that we're really observing kind of how things are going down within the cohort, who's really like stepping above and beyond, and we're going to take that into account as we're kind of designing future cohorts as well. Okay, and just one quick reminder on budgets. The advanced budget is inclusive of the standard budget, so they're not in addition to. And just in a quick example here, if you listed a standard budget for 5K and an advanced budget for 12K, if you were to get funded up until the advanced budget, if you hit this 12K threshold, you'll receive that 12K. You won't receive 17. It's not an addition. It's either the standard or the advanced. So I just want to make that really clear. And if anybody has questions on that, please either put it in the chat or just follow up on Discord. But you will not get the additional. If you hit the higher tier, you will not get the additional. So if you have a proposal like this, again, if you get funded to the advanced, then that is the total number that you will get. Okay, and I also just want to give some shout outs here. Just again, these are top commenters on the platform of the last couple of weeks, or over the last week or so, including and some top commenters on Discord. So IaM DEV, H. Gedia, Haresh, Fab AI, Cold Star, IOW, aka Ritus, Mate, G, Cryptoku, Flush the Fashion, Carbonara, C. Kartik, Rashid, Forov, Jonas the Dude, George, DAGR, 45930, Mario, Altoid, and Jen Path. Just again, thank you for keeping the flow going, and also to everybody who's not on here. I could put, again, you saw all the comments. There's so many more names on this list. But we are limited in the slides, messy enough as it is. But thank you to everybody again for making it happen. Okay, now we're going to move on to proposal presentations. We have about 20 plus people on the list today, which means we don't have, a ton of time. We also have 20 plus people tomorrow during the second session. And so we just are going to keep this rolling. What we're going to do is about 3 minutes of presentation and then 2 minutes for a quick Q&A and feedback. But we'll also be dropping the link for everybody's presentation, both in the chat and on Discord. And if you filled out the form in advance, you would have said like what specifically you want feedback before. So we'll start a thread on Discord with the proposal link and call out specifically what you're asking for feedback on. And if you have some feedback to give and you are not able to squeeze it in during this 2 minute time period, because it is going to be pretty quick, please go to the Discord and give that feedback or comment directly on the proposal. Like we said, Cambrian explosion, it's not just writing ideas and going out and getting funding for yourself. It's about giving feedback. It's about kind of lending your expertise and your perspective based off of your experience, and really helping other people also along the way. And I've been seeing that again and again thus far on the platform. So that's been encouraging. I would just really love if everyone could bring this energy here for the next hour and a half, 2 hours, and just be really generous with your time. If you've signed up to present, please also just give that same headspace to other people as they're presenting, because we all know what it's like when you're presenting to a big group, and then once you're done, you just want to get some of that energy back. So I really would appreciate if everyone was just present and giving and generous with their time over the next hour and a half, 2 hours. I'll also just play timekeeper. So I don't mean to be rude, but if you are running over the kind of like 3 minutes for your presentation part, I'll just put it in the chat. And then I'll also kind of cut off around the 5-6 minute mark when it comes to questions. So it might be a little uncomfortable, but I just appreciate in advance everybody just sticking to that timeline, because we have a lot of people in line. And I'll also be stepping in between each presentation to just say who's up next and making sure that we are just moving throughout. If you'd like to share your screen, you're more than welcome to, but it's not a requirement. And also for anybody watching later, like presenting is optional. So for those people who don't get a chance to present, or if they're not feeling up to it, or if you're not comfortable speaking, that's also completely okay. This isn't like determinative of the funding process. We just wanted to also, in addition to the platform and Discord, we wanted to give a chance for people to bring it to life and bring kind of like a human touch to it. Afterwards, we'll send our email recording with timestamps. We'll also include in links and requests for feedback in that email. So that will go out tomorrow afternoon Eastern time, after we've had a chance to do both sessions tomorrow. Okay, I've got the list here. Janae is also going to drop the order in the chat. We've got a Google Doc going. It is kind of final for now because we have such a big list. If you don't get it, if you haven't gotten a chance to be on this list today, we'll try to see if there's an opportunity to fit you in tomorrow as well. And then as a hard stop, we've booked an hour and a half. We're going to go till 2. If we need to, we'll go till 2:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:30 p.m. GMT. So that is, yeah, a bit of time from now. We're just going to try to keep it moving. And this part is just, again, like, we're excited to see it happen. So we'll make the time and we'll get through it. Okay. So without further ado, I will pass it over to Zen to kick us off. And Zen, I know you have 2 proposals, but given the amount of time, we're still going to stick to this like 5-6 minutes. So with that,
right.
I'll turn it over. I'll turn it over to you.
Can I share my screen? Good day, everyone.
Yep, go for it.
All right, I'm first. How'd that happen? Great. Let's see. All right, so yes, I have 2 proposals, and that's really the main thing I want to talk about, is that I'm approaching it as a homogeneous fair. Am I live? You see my prez here?
We got you.
All right. How do I start slideshow? Okay, so I've got ZK Bio Auth and ZK Human. ZK Bio Auth is on the Dev for Dev track. ZK Human is on the ZK app. What's in common is they are anonymous crypto biometrics. Quick overview on crypto biometrics. They use ZK proofs so that the original biometrics never leave a user's device. I'm working with Humanode as the premier crypto biometric provider. I've developed with them previously. I'm really excited about it. And the intention is to create a protocol that will work with multi and other providers as they show up online. What's unique about Humanode is that it brings in 1 human, 1 node, 1 vote through biometric identification layer. And it solves the decentralized identity trilemma of self-sovereign, privacy preserving, and Sybil resistant. So essentially, these 2 proposals on the Dev for Dev track, the BioAuth, that's the idea, is a general purpose utility that bridges Humanode and crypto biometrics through the ZK BioAuth Oracle and library into the Mina ecosystem. Now, in tandem with that, as a premier consumer, in a way to kind of realize the exports of the general purpose nature of the utilities, is a ZK app, ZK Humans. This is where my real fire is on crypto biometric memberships and authorization, collectives, ZK collectives, basically. So authentication is proving who someone is. Authorization is what accesses do they have. Collectives as a general purpose utility that can be roles, memberships, subscriptions, etc. These are, you could look at my proofs for more detail. I like statements of the form of like ZK proof of without revealing. So I've dived into some of that. Similar for ZK Humans, there's an extension on top of that. And I don't know where my time is, but I'll assume it's pretty short. Really, the feedback that I'm seeking is the clarity in the expression of these 2 proposals and their relationship and the intention. There's 2 proposals, so there's like kind of double the work on covering milestones, budget, and these kind of things. But there is a very homogeneous approach to it in my mind. And so that's my biggest piece of feedback, is that there's cohesion here and not just a muck of confusion in what they are, because there is a basis and then an expanding on it. If you look at ZK Humans, it goes on and on and on. I broke it down into phase 1, 2, 3, up to 10 because I got big visions for this, and I'm focused on phase 1, maybe 2. We'll see on the advanced side of that for this cohort. So I'm looking at a multi-cohort experience. Granted permission or success to proceed on that. Another feedback is the sufficient detail of the Mina architecture. You know, like how detailed is it desired to see? Is some R&D okay? You know, like I know that after that last presentation that was great by 01 Labs on how to scale and concurrency, it's like, oh yeah, I'm going to slurp that up. That's what I'm going to be implementing. But some of that is learning along that way there. So a question is it sufficiently proposed in there that I can succeed on this with what I've indicated? I feel like all the ingredients for success are there, and my job now through the grant is to translate it into form that the community concurs and receives that. And so that's my general question. Am I optimized for success in my presentation here? Ta-da.
Nice. Yay. Shout out to you, Zen. It's never easy going first.
Hope I didn't talk too fast. A little coffee under my hood.
No, it was perfect. It was perfect. Does anyone have any feedback or comments for Zen? Just like Zen's breaking the ice for us.
Yeah,
Maybe we'll have someone break the ice on the comments.
One person raising their hand here. Go ahead.
Hi, Zen. Very nice presentation. I'm wondering, since you have two proposals and they seem to be pretty entangled, is it like one is heavy dependent on another? Have you considered if you are able to work on them in parallel? Have you considered different scenarios, like what happens if one of them fail? Would it also cause the other one to fail, etc.?
So that's an interesting question, because it comes down to like, well, what if one got accepted and not another? I feel like it can succeed in the sense that, yes, ideally, I want them to be parallel because I want to create a real world use case to continue developing the utilities. But a special feature of ZK BioAuth is it has a head start as a functional proof of concept from the ZK Ignite cohort 0. It needs more work to be production level and really be on the level for consumption by other ZK apps. And so that's the gist of it. But there is something there that works. Not to diminish what's already there. It does work, but it needs a lot more to get it on the level of use by others. But yes, it could. It's there. It's functional. So it's more of a, like what I think is ideal in that scenario.
Thank you very much.
Very nice. And thanks for breaking the ice there, Mark. Great question. Okay, so if anyone has feedback for Zen, we've also dropped his link in the Discord. So feel free to hand there. Thank you, Zen, for kicking us off. Next up, we have IaM DEV. And then after that, we have, let me check. We have Venkat. So IaM DEV, over to you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. I will share my screen. Can you see my screen?
No.
Oh, yeah, no.
No. Oh, that's. Share. And now? I'm clicking share, but I don't see anything.
No, we can't see. Is there? Are you looking to share your proposal, or do you have slides as well?
My presentation. I have presentation prepared.
Maybe could we come back to you in a maybe after this next one?
Please, yeah.
Would that be okay?
Yes.
Venkat, are you, not to put you on the spot, but would you be able to go for it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Will. Thanks, Jenny. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to present. Like I'm doing this project as a part of, it's part and parcel of what we really need to build a platform. We are building an autonomous and decentralized e-commerce marketplace. Unlike a marketplace needs supply and demand. Unlike NFT marketplaces or lending and DEX marketplaces, porting LPs from one marketplace to another marketplace is not easy when you are porting e-commerce sellers. Because they don't come with the instant. Like in addition to porting all their listings, you also need to port the reputation in terms of how well they deliver, what is the product defect rate, how have they behaved in the past, etc. Because it's not instant delivery. Like the moment you pay, you won't get the product. Like there is a lag of a couple of days. So you need to port a lot of their historical information that's trapped in other networks. So that's the problem that we want to solve using ZKPs from Mina. So I'm the co-founder of DEMA, and I'll briefly introduce the problem that we are trying to solve at a 10,000 feet level and how Mina fits in. So we are trying to solve the problem created by marketplaces that are getting fatter every day. I'm sure everyone shops on Amazon these days. You don't see what is best or relevant to you. You only see what who paid the most. Like I'm showing the top page results, of which 60-70%, in this case 100% is just sponsored results. And when you pay something, more than half of it is going to the platforms in terms of the fees. So when sellers get less than half of what you're paying, they will jack up the prices just to survive. So this leads to increasing prices for everyone, and sellers making lower fees. Our solution is, and a primary reason for that is, even if a secondary marketplace comes, it is very difficult to switch because the reputations are logged in inside the marketplaces. Not just what is visible, to end consumers. There is also a whole set of metrics that are non-visible to the end consumers that play a role in matching the right seller to the right buyer. These are private, non-portable, mission-critical metrics that are only available on those specific platforms. Like an Amazon seller would typically have their shipment rate, their order cancellation rate, etc., that are really critical for any marketplace. We are creating an autonomous marketplace that can be driven by reputation and smart contracts, so that we don't need to rely on a centralized intermediaries. Like similar to how you can lend or borrow on Aave using smart contracts, we want buy or sell on Bima using smart contracts. And a key tenet of that is, not all sellers are equal, and sellers need to be ported using their existing reputation from other platforms. And that we are going to get it through Mina. This is, a sample this is an overview of how we are going to do it. We have a soul-bound NFT, and this NFT will have, all their all the history of the seller metrics that they have from various different platforms that they are doing business on, like in terms of all the metrics that we want to make decisions in terms of pairing buyers and sellers. And the way that we are going to do that is we'll let seller log into their seller platform, and we will take this particular metric from the DOM element, and we will create a proof showcasing whether it matches our specified metric or not. For example, if claims are less than 1% or not, that metric will grab from the DOM element, and a ZK proof is generated on the seller end. He's not giving the access of his logins to us. He just generates that proof, and along with the seller name and the condition, he would submit it to Mina for verification. This is, hey
Venkat, sorry to interrupt, but we're at almost the timeline for feedback. So can you clarify what it looks amazing, but can you clarify what you'd like feedback on quickly?
Yeah. So I like to get quick feedback on whether we can add information on seller and condition in a memo when we are submitting transaction with verification to Mina. Ultimately, we want to store all the ZK proofs in an NFT, and each transaction should have the seller name and associated condition that we are matching it, so that the users don't need to again verify that.
Amazing, well done. Thank you, and sorry to rush you. Does anyone have feedback or? Oh, looks like we have one from Carol. How are you planning to validate data coming from those DOM elements? How do you make sure this data hasn't been tampered?
So I think we have we are working on some mechanisms to make sure that some tamper-proof mechanisms to make sure that they are not tampering with the DOM elements, like a triangulation of other ways to do it. Like I'll have that shared in the next session. Like there are 3-4 proposals on how we can ensure that the DOM elements are not triangulated. Like that, there is also an API mechanism. We can directly get access to seller's API. We are trying to make it as frictionless as possible, to make sure that the sellers also feel comfortable to share. Like this is an easier way to do it. End of the day, if it is not comfortable to the sellers, and they're not really ready to understand the ZK concepts, they don't provide the API access to their platform. So this is sort of like a compromise that we are making initially. Ultimately, we want to get to their API.
Amazing. Yeah, that makes sense. And I'm gonna keep us moving, but head over to the Discord and
can you please give comments on whether we can add some memo information when we submit the proof to the verify function that can be visible on the transaction in terms of the public variables, the seller name and the conditions. Because right now, any snark that I see on Mina Explorer, I don't see them.
Yeah, that's okay. So what I'll recommend, just to keep it, looks like we have Angus, and then we'll keep moving. What I'd recommend just before Angus goes is, just because we have so many people, I think the presentation is a really good opportunity to communicate kind of what you're thinking about and what you're asking for. And then I think just to keep us moving, if taking that conversation to the Discord in more detail is probably the best way to do it, and just to keep us moving. But I'll turn it over to Angus, and then we'll go back to IaM DEV. And thank you very much, Venkat, for presenting.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Well, I'll be brief, but basically, and this is going to be a common theme, I think. I'll link it in the chat, and we'll make sure that we link it to you a lot as well. There is off-chain storage that you can kind of refer to via state hash commitments, basically, that will be that you can store in various places. So if you want to attach certain data to transactions, then there's a way that you'll be able to figure it out, basically, but this off-chain storage solution will help.
Okay.
I'm going to post that link in the chat now.
Even for small identifier. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Venkat. Okay, IaM DEV, over to you.
Thanks again, guys. Sorry for this. Yeah, my proposal is ZK Killer's wallet. We have a domain name wallet.zk.app. It's 236. Please go to the next slides. I'll be short here because I don't have a lot of time. This is a wallet that I already built on EVM. It's like a smart contract wallet. It's already online on Polygon and Harmony chain. So yeah, I have a lot of experience. I have 1 year experience of Circom and 6 year experience of Solidity. So please go to the next 2 slides. Yeah, wallet security is a big problem. You can read why we need adoption of social recovery by Vitalik. There's a blog post within my proposal. Please check it out so you can read what is the biggest problem. Please go to the next slide. Yeah, as you can see here, that 20% of Bitcoin appear to be lost astronaut. We are only talking about Bitcoins, right? If you look to the numbers, like 80 million between October 2022 and 2021, like 1,000% increase of theft. So it's really, really big problem within the crypto community. So how can we solve this problem? So please go to the next 2 slides. Yeah, one of our solution is social recovery, which is we are providing the Guardian service. One is an official Guardian service that we want to check if Guardian is okay, like a notary or something, like a legal entity. And other one is like non-official Guardian, like your friends or your family. So you can just recover your wallet with your friends and family without having to go to us to recover it. Please go to the next slide. The process is quite simple. You just download the app and you log in with 2FA, like or your social media login, and you request to recover your wallet, and Guardian will vote if it's okay or not. And then Guardian can update the OTP marker route, or it deploys a new wallet and to recover funds to the new wallet. So yeah, it's quite easy. This is a part that we are in. Please go to the social recovery part is the part that we are proposed within the standard budget. So the next one is smart OTPs, is the advanced budget. So we are providing a one-time parser that put it on the Merkle tree and then has it to the smart contract. So it only will use be on quick transfer or spending limit, like daily limit that you can set yourself. Please go to the next one. Another one is a Guardian service for semi-secret sharing. Is not in the proposal like for the advanced or standard budget, but we also want to provide this as a service that you can reconstruct your private key, which means that we can provide this service for any other chains as well. Please go to the next 3 slides. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, if you look to the competitor, what we want to build on Mina chain, of course, with the social recovery and Guardian's service, which means that Guardian doesn't know where which wallet they have to guard, because it's all in Merkle tree, and they don't know who they only know if they want to recover, then they know which wallet it is. And we also in future we want to have semi service. As you can see, there are a lot of competitors, but for me it's not competitor, because we will do all this stuff, you know. Let's go to the market. Go to the next 2 slides. As you can see, the market is of the wallet 84 million users in that's 2021. So I think now it's more bigger. Let's go to the next slide. And if you look to the Mina use, it's not much, like 148 users as for now in the Mina ledger, and the potential standard wallet up to the 20,000 wallets. But if Mina is growing, and this market will also grow as well. Yes, please go to the team and advisors. Next slide. Yeah, thank you very much for people that already joining our team, like Abi and Yaman and Axel as well from the Mina community. I've been receiving a lot of feedback and receiving it cost me a lot of time as well. But I would like to thank everyone to joining me and to feedback on my proposal. Yeah, that was my story. Any questions? It was a little bit fast, but I tried.
No, it was very very insightful. I have one. I use Argent. I was just wondering if you can like provide a little bit more detail on like what the difference is like. And you talked a little bit around not knowing who the Guardians are, but just like the key difference between this proposal and what
if you look to
other social recovery is.
If you look to the social recovery of Argent, they put just like the Guardians addresses to your wallet. So the Guardians knows which is your wallet. So if the Guardian are evil, they can just say, well, let's work together, because they know which Guardians are in the wallet. Then they can hack the wallet together, you know. In my case, we don't save any Guardians in a smart contract. We only save the Merkle root of the tree in a smart contract. So yeah, that's the main difference of the social recovery part.
Fantastic. So it's also considering the user experience and safety of the Guardians.
Yeah, that's correct. You can also choose for like your friends. In that case, we don't know who is your Guardian, you know. So it's up to you which one to choose.
Fantastic. Great. And also, I want to give you a shout out for just leading the charge with feedback and being generous in terms of giving feedback to other proposals as well. Looks like there's a couple other questions in the chat, but maybe we can either take that to the chat or Discord, and I'll pass it on. Next, we have TheDARKFURY, and then after that, we have Patrick H. So TheDARKFURY, are we on? Okay, Patrick H, you'll be up next, and then followed by Ninh Tran. And TheDARKFURY, if you are on, just send a message in the chat and we can get you on later. But Patrick, are you ready to go?
Yeah, all right.
Fantastic, welcome.
All right, yeah, thanks. Yeah. So hello everyone, I'm Patrick. I'm presenting BioSnark's proposal, which is ZK proof of bioscience data and protocol execution. Proposal number is 275. the problem that we are trying to solve is that basically developing a drug, effective drug that this actually has therapeutic effect became very expensive. It can go up to $2.6 billion, and these are not that efficient drugs. Like 10 drugs that reach phase 3, only one will work, and the improvements are very tiny, especially these days. We can represent this problem also with the error result that despite the technological advances and advances and breakthroughs in biosciences, from $1 billion US, now you can develop below one successful drug. And the problems leading to this, like, mostly comes from siloed data. So principal investigators are really just securing their data that is like they think that it's not useful. Decentralization between bio institutions has been like very slow, and effective collaboration between wet and dry laboratories are not working. And signing non-disclosure agreements, material transfer agreements between different institutions and entities such as big pharma, small pharma, and universities can take even a year. So there is a clear need for decentralized science, and we have clearly seen like a boom in the past few years. And last year, it has been said that it's really major players said that DeSci will be here for the rescue for this problem. And actually, we see now already this year that big pharma started to interact with BioDAOs and decentralized science entities such as TheDARKFURY. So how Ziki proofs or Ziki app could help solve this problem? We could boost data exchange if we introduce zero-knowledge proof systems that between two entities we can prove that there is certain work has been done, or optimization in the protocol has been done, a prediction of a drug binding has been done, or a protocol was executed according that it should be done, without revealing the exact processes or IP-sensitive information. Then we can really boost this process. So what could be use cases here? Let's say that there is expensive risk research that is funded by multiple participants, such as university or biopharma institute and a tech company. They might run the same physical experiment, but they are interested in different data from this experiment. They all need proof that these experiments and subparts of the experiment are went according to a given protocol. So we need proof from that. Then to really open up this siloed data, negative and neutral data that is sitting basically everywhere on the planet in thousands of laboratories, that is very useful data for others. So this can be, we can prove this data that they were done according to protocol or pipeline that is useful for the pharma without necessarily opening up what's the process there. Then for these use cases, we can actually bind them to NFTs. So these assets could be traded. So this could be like a very efficient and fast initial trading instead of these MTAs. Then proof can be generated from optimization binding. So these are like modeling or physical binding studies for drug and protein interactions. And there could be like also a very interesting aspect how you would share biobank data without revealing the private sensitive information from patient. So for this proposal, there have been a lot of good feedback from the Minia community, but also from BioDAOs. What would be a good proof of concept for MVP, because biological data is very complex. So it's like also have some R&D aspects to this, like what is a good MVP that we can test that this could work. We could do, for example, PCR machine execution to sort of proof on a hardware level because it's easy to trace. Then we can do some protein docking prediction, and the proof could be linked to some atomic positions in space. Or we could do some lab software state readout, like a tamper-proof way, so sort of like a state of the software output. We have a high-level architecture that is like in essence, not that different to standard ZK apps. What is sort of like the pain point here and the black box at this stage, really how to get this kind of like proofs out from the physical or biological state representations from this complex experiment. So it's easier to start play around with the hardware and software, but eventually we would like to go also to the physical and biological aspect. So the team, my background is coming from biotech startups, and also I'm a biologist and work with universities, VCs, and biotech firms. Also have my own startup. We have a good network with academic collaborators, biodevs, and biostartups. And we also have like in-house expertise coming from mathematicians and data scientists. But what we look is like really like a deep understanding of the Mina protocol, what's planned for the futures, what are the exact capabilities. So what we can build now and what we could build. And what in terms of the proposal and the team, we are really looking for developers that are familiar with SnarkyJS to do this like sort of MVP build up together. But that's it. And anyone who is interested, please get in touch with us.
Well done. Thank you, Patrick. Very interesting. Does anyone have any comments or feedback? Don't be shy. Is there any specific thing that you're looking for feedback on, Patrick?
Well, it's sort of like maybe some, we will refine now the MVP and the POC use case, like very precisely what could we build, and then feedback from the Mina developers. Okay, is that feasible or not? Is it a go to not? So we will list 3 options and see that, okay, can we do this with the existing stuff or not?
Yeah, we have one comment in the chat of someone saying they can help you find devs, and definitely feel free to post in the Discord like what specifically you're looking for, and there might be some people in there who would be interested, especially develop like some more in the MVP and can define like what specifically is needed.
Thanks a lot.
Fantastic. It looks like there's some more activity in the chat. Well, thank you, Patrick. And we'll pass it over next to Ninh Tran, and then after that we have Matej.
Hey everybody, can you guys see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. So hello, my name is Ninh. I'm the CEO of StovenLabs. I want to talk about one of our proposals in the ZK Ignite in the Dev for Dev track. See, the problem is that governance is really tough, especially when it comes to deciding on who gets funded and growing with the community and not alienating the community, because there's, as Mina will grow, there's going to be tyranny majority or faction control problems. And I'm speaking from experience because I'm coming from a different ecosystem, and we've raised like $1 million in grant funding, and right now they are essentially facing these issues where whales come in and they either support one project and downvote the other projects that deliver, and the community is getting quite angry. And so our solution is just to make sure that Mina, beyond the initial core teams and contributors and small working groups, as it grows to scale, will be able to maintain its autonomy and decentralization and keep people happy and active and engaged in the ZK Ignite. And we do this by Pro Quadratic Voting API, which is the most efficient governance for advancing the common good. We're adding the simple attack resistance with Snap ID. That's essentially providing KYC to ZK proofs on Mina. So once you KYC once, you don't have to ever do it again. We write in self-sovereign ZK identity, and it's open source. The repository is live today. Here's like a quick demo of the KYC and how that works. We built this during East Denver 10 days ago. Just to make sure this loads, I loaded it here. where people can just scan their ID front and back. This supports over 130 countries, over 3,000 ID forms, where we get the proof from the KYC provider, and then we would write it into verified credential in self-sovereign identity. It's a non-custodial wallet, as well as a proof of Mina. So, yeah, and with that, what developers can do is also build like applications, right, that use our KYC solution. So for example, here's like a demo of what our team built using the quadratic voting API already that's live. We just need to add the Mina tokens and custom Mina tokens in order for people in the ecosystem to be able to use this. Timing is everything. Communities are growing, people are building. It's a bear market. So we want to provide this to builders to do whatever they need to do with this. We have a lot of devs with ZK snarks, TypeScript, multi-chain. We've won hackathons and contribute to open source projects on a regular basis. And here's my awesome team. This proposal is led by Frank, who has 2 to 3 years with experience with ZK. We are new to the Mina protocol, but he did a deep dive into the documentation, and we have provided a detailed technical plan in our proposal here. So please, for feedback, please take a look at it. It's here from generating keys to integrate Angular, deploying the smart contract, to user registration, authentication on different apps that would use this API, retrieving the verification keys and verifying ZK snark proofs. Thank you.
Boom, right on time. Fantastic. Great. It looks like we have a hand raised from Pete.
Hi there, thanks for the presentation. Looks really good. I just wanted to, did you think about, like, from a cost perspective? I was listening that obviously you get the KYC from the KYC provider. How does that work? He's going to be paying for that, and have you thought about kind of the monetary side of things?
Yeah, good question, Pete. KYC is very expensive. Good thing we got grants already for the quadratic voting API to build the Sybil resistance from other foundations, and that has covered the KYC costs. So this would be something that we could provide to the Mina community as an API, and we would cover the cost, at least partially.
Cool, thanks a lot.
Thanks, Pete. Are there any other comments or feedback? Looks like Nico writes, also happy to provide grants or help from www.cerebrum.com for KYC, which is Cerebrum is Nico's company. Awesome. And Nico's also won a couple hackathons as part of the Mina community as well.
Awesome. And I want to give a shout out to Carol and Marco, who commented on our proposals. Thank you guys for just going through it, reading it. It's a long one. So thanks.
Fantastic. Cool. Well, thank you for presenting. I'm going to keep us running, but if other people have feedback or comments for Nin, then please head to the Discord. You can catch the link either there or in the chat. And thanks again, Nin, for presenting. Okay, up next we have mathy, and then we'll be moving on to aphelionz 4283 after that.
Hi there. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. So I don't have a fancy presentation, so apologies in advance, but I'll walk you through our proposal and the things that we have built so far in a quick demo. So I have just 3 minutes, right? So let me get started. So our project is ZKFS. We are the Mina native data availability layer. The first question I would like to answer is, like, what's the purpose? Why do we exist? Why did we even start this project? The reality of smart contract development in Mina is that if you want to build a more complex smart contract that wants to store a complex data structure in order for its business logic to be able to run. You wouldn't be able to do that right now. That is because Mina's on-chain storage per contract is limited to 8 fields. 8 fields means roughly 8 times 255 bits or bytes, if I'm correct, which isn't a lot by any means. If you compare it to like, I don't know, standard apps on Ethereum, let's say a simple ERC20 contract, where you would have to store a bunch of public user addresses and their balances, you would run out of this storage space pretty quickly. Pretty quickly means after storing like balances of, let's say, 8 users or less. So this is not like a fault or anything. It's actually by design, because Mina is not meant to be like a storage layer for your contracts, but it's meant to verify the execution of your contracts. So as part of my demo, I just want to show you how you would define state for your contracts right now with Mina, and then how you would do that with our library. And then I'll just cover really quickly what our proposal does and how does it build on top of what we've built so far. So if you wanted to build a counter contract with Mina, you would have to define state like the following. So you would just define your state right here. You would give it a name, and it would look like the following, right? And then if you wanted to use it, you could just do the following. So you would get it, then you would save it to a variable. Then you would assert if the variable that you got locally matches the variable that is on chain using a precondition. And then you would be able to update it like this, right? Counter, okay, there's something wrong with my code. Doesn't matter. So this is a TLDR of how you would work with state on Mina. I think I have a typo here, right? Yeah, that was it. So this is how you would define state on Mina. The problem is you would only be able to define, let's say, 8 of these counters, because UN64 takes up 1 field. And therefore, if you define 8 counters, you run out of storage space on chain for your contract. We've developed a library that allows you to extend the storage capabilities of the smart contracts. And the API is the following. You just define your state as you would do normally. Let's just get rid of this. And you would do it like this. Now, you also need to provide the data type. That's obvious. And we call it counter, right? Now, we forget about this code that is the on-chain state. And we will get the counter instead from our off-chain storage. API is very similar. And we're actually saving 1 line because we can skip the precondition. Then if you want to update the on-chain state, we would have to do the following. So it's very, very similar to the on-chain state API. That's actually on purpose, so that you don't have to learn a bunch of new stuff to start using off-chain storage. And this is roughly how you would be able to start using the ZKFS APIs. So ZKFS is not just a smart contract library. That is pretty much just 1/2 of what we are working on and what we have built so far. The important point here is that you can start using these APIs already today to build your apps. And I would be very excited to see you guys, especially from the ZK app track, to start adopting ZKFS for your projects. It would help us a lot to get more traction and to see potentially even more contributors in the future. The other part of ZKFS is the ZKFS storage network. So basically, when you interact with these APIs, the data has to end up somewhere, and that somewhere is our storage nodes. So this is what we have built so far. And the proposal we have online on ZK Ignite today is the next natural step in the journey of ZKFS, where we want to implement additional features to make this more accessible for not just end users, but also for developers. How am I looking with time, Bill?
That's about that. You got about 10 seconds left.
Yeah, all right. So that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions. So the proposal is live. I would be happy if you guys would go and read it and give us any feedback that you have. I just wanted to make the connection that the proposal is a continuation of the work that we have done so far. So if you want to see ZKFS being developed further, please support our proposal.
Fantastic. Thank you, Matej. Does anyone have any feedback, questions? Don't be shy. I should also state nothing that I am saying is an endorsement as because I'm the facilitator, but so that's, I just want to clarify, but off-chain storage was a very big topic of ZK app builders last year when we were doing our meetups and hackathons. And for people in the ZK app track, yeah, I would encourage you to think about how to approach this solution. And make sure to, yeah, again, check out all the proposals. Okay, great. Carol, yes. For ZKFS distributed network, could you use simply IPFS?
The answer is yes. ZKFS is currently built with IPFS as the go-to backend solution. However, with the current ZKFS architecture, you can plug in any backend storage solution that you want. Could be MongoDB, could be any other distributed database that you would like. Currently, we take full advantage of IPFS and their peer-to-peer layer and PubSub. And to be more specific, we actually use OrbitDB, which is built on top of IPFS.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions or feedback from Matej? Caleb says any interaction with Arweave?
No. This is a fully Mina native storage layer.
Great. Okay, I'll keep us moving, but again, the links will be in Discord, and please go check it out. Next, we have aphelionz 4283, and then after that, we have marija. aphelionz, are you on? Yes, Mark. Welcome, Mark. Don't hear you, but we see your screen.
How about that? Is that better?
Yes, we got you now.
Okay, good. So yeah, a little bit different. I'd like to invert the presentation feedback thing. I just want to quickly go over what this is, what Ziggurat is, and then address some of the feedback that was already put in the discussion, and then maybe that'll springboard some additional feedback. Our thesis is pretty simple. It's only a matter of time before there's a network layer hack that takes down an entire blockchain. There's a recent Trail of Bits DARPA report that came out. I don't know if anybody's read that, but it tackles different types of decentralization and centralization and different vulnerabilities that it have. And the networking layer is something that is generally not neglected, but overlooked in favor of other things like contract layer, execution layer, consensus layer things that go on. So we developed this, which is really a process of going through and covering these networks. We started with Zcash, moved on to XRPL, did some work for Algorand, and now we're looking to expand this coverage and protection to other layers, other blockchains. The tests come in 3 flavors, I guess. There's conformance testing, where it makes sure that the nodes actually follow the network specification if there is a network specification. Performance under scale, and resistance to bad actors, where we actually simulate malicious behavior in a number of ways via fuzzing, or actually just trying to find ways to, spin up RAM or do DDoS type of things. Those are the single node tests. From there, it moves to network-wide testing, where we develop a crawler. We do data analytics and visualization, which I can show you in a second. And then network analysis, like island formation, betweenness, closeness, degrees of connections, and things like that. This is the sort of flow chart here. And we're always developing. There's a pretty big team working on this, and there's commits kind of every day. What this type of work does is it gives you the foundation for something like this. This is the Zcash mainnet, represented as a force diagram. And this is the same, represented as a geographic representation where you can actually click and see which nodes are connected to which. This is the results of one crawl. You know, it may have changed since then. So yeah, so that's the gist of what we'd like to do for Mina, is expand our coverage of this to the Mina network. And, you know, from there, I think like I said, would go to feedback and things like that. So right out of the gates here, just want to make sure that I check the chat and see that there's no questions. So I'll just go to the questions that were posed to our proposal, if that's okay.
Yep, go for it.
All right, cool. So how do the black box tests improve on the existing tests that are part of the client software? That's a really good question. Ziggurat is by nature a black box testing suite. So we sort of separate and create a synthetic node that speaks the network protocol, but does not do any of the other things that the blockchain does. This is beneficial in basically 3 ways, which are covered here. The flexibility and independence, so we can iterate outside of the node developer team, which gives us a lot of room to sort of work and do testing. The feature of the black box testing is we can do things like fuzzing rather easily, and we can find vulnerabilities that are from performance and load testing, because since it's a synthetic node, we can spin up like 1,000 of them on one laptop and attack the full node, or test the full node gently, if you want to call it like that. And then a lot of the chains that we worked with don't actually have a formal spec. So these black box tests actually sort of become a de facto conformance suite of tests that go from there. The other one is that this proposal doesn't seem tailored to Mina at all. Yes and no. We did, you know, if we look in here, this is the Mina code. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is the sort of heart of the networking, which uses libp2p. And there's some tests in here. So I'll add this kind of survey of the code to our proposal, just to make sure that we know that we've done our kind of homework a little bit. But in general, the Ziggurat process is by nature sort of its own thing that we'd like to apply to the blockchain, rather than something that is like super Mina specific. Do we have case studies about what kind of networking flaws we've uncovered? Yes, we do. There's a whole bunch of things from Zcash here, and I will add these slides to the proposal as well. And it's just rate limiting, just things like sending the same message over and over again, or trying to download the Genesis block a whole bunch of times. Things like that, that again, aren't overlooked, but are just like problems that remain sort of unsolved until somebody comes along and actually pays attention, strict attention to that sort of thing.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So
Thanks, Mark.
That's us. Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, that's fine. I think that's it. And oh yeah, and our funding amount is astronomical. I appreciate that. And what we'd probably do is just tailor back and just deliver like the test suite for a much smaller amount of money, so we don't siphon money from other teams. We want to make sure that we're part of a group of a cohort, rather than, you know, coming in and being loud and annoying. So
fantastic. I see we have one question from Eric, which says, what are other to-do things for integrating Mina compared to other existing live networks of Ziggurat? And then I'll probably say we have about 1 minute to wrap that up. Sorry to put pressure, but just keep us moving.
Oh no, that's fine. The to-do list would basically be plan and execute the test suite for a single node. That would be where we start. And once we establish that foundation, we would go and say, now we want to do the whole network, and now we want to do whatever. So yeah, that's all. Thank you, everybody, for your time and your attention.
Thanks, Mark, and welcome to the Ziggurat team, to the Mina ecosystem. It's good to have you guys here.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Awesome. Okay, next up we have Marija, 6144. Yes. And then after that, oh, sorry, I won't start the counter yet. After that, we have 0xMarco. But over to you, Marija. Go for it.
Thank you. My name is Marija, and I will present you the platform that we want to build. So what is this platform? We want to build a to build a platform that would allow company employees to add the comment on the information about salary and working conditions. So what is new about that? Because there are plenty of platforms of this kind. Okay, we can see here that we want to solve two problems. First of them is that the employee needs to prove that he really works for that company that he wants to add the comment, and he can add exactly one comment. Why? Because we want that employee can add a lot of positive or negative comments to promote or harm companies. So we want to have a proof that employee really works for that company, and we want also to have anonymity of users. So we want to make that employees are here and they can be safe here. So what is our solution? We will use ZK SBT tokens or zero knowledge SBT tokens in our solution to enable anonymity of users, and we will use it to prove that some employee really works in that company. So here we have source account and destination account. We will use zero knowledge proof here to enable that the path between the source and destination cannot be tracked. And this is new, and we want to add this in our solution. So we have here that the employer would be issuer of the token. So we can see here from the flow, we have office manager who will have Mina account, and he needs to create badges from all employees and send them. Then employees can claim the badge, and they need to enter destination address. What we want that the destination address be different than the source address. If the proof is valid, they will receive ZK badge, and he can enter to our platform with this ZK badge. With this ZK badge, he can prove that he really works in that company, and he can add a comment. But if he was add the comment before, he cannot leave the new one before he changed the position. He can add exactly one comment at the same position. So if he was not comment, he can now comment, and he can add information about salary and working conditions and stuff like this. But if he he can change the comment that he left before. So what's next? We want to make proof of concept, and we want to complete this and to use by clients, and we want also to integrate this idea into existing platforms. So this was our idea, and we wanted to share with you this idea and to see how interesting this idea is for you.
I have a question. So my initial question was, hey, how do we validate employment? You mentioned that the employer basically creates these badges and distributes them to employees. Is it the case that, like, let's say a company is smaller or they just don't want to be on this platform at all, then there's no way for
Yes.
people to review the company? And is
Yes,
there
I think that the company that wants to be on this platform will have the more impact because with this platform, they can show how they exactly works, and that they are here to enable that employees add a comment and salary information. And another one question is about how we send ZK badges. We have office managers who his job is to, for example, every 6 months he needs to add new employee and to send new employees email that he can mint ZK badge.
Okay, I think I follow. So essentially, you believe that the company would see it as like something in their best interest because they're promoting transparency.
Yes.
I have a secondary comment or question, and that is it possible for a person to, let's say they don't want to leave too much feedback or comments because, you know, it might give enough information about them and like reveal who they are. Is it possible to get like multiple badges and leave like multiple comments, or is this like you just one person does one review or comment?
One person, one review, one comment, and when person change position, that person will receive a new one ZK badge, and the old ZK badge will be deactivated.
Got it. Okay, yeah, I was just curious. Thanks for extra information.
Thank you.
Okay. It looks like there's one last question. How is revocation managed at the stage of entering the platform? Because from the diagram, it looks like once badge is issued, they can view all of the content. And then if you could answer that in like 1 minute, we'll probably move on then. And thank you, Maria.
Sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Sure. How is revocation managed at the stage of entering the platform? Because from the diagram, it looks like once a badge is issued, they can view all of the content. How about I think maybe we take this question and put it to the Discord.
Yes.
And then you'll have an opportunity to respond there.
Yes.
Okay,
thank you.
fantastic. And thank you, Anoop, for the question as well. And thank you, Maria, for the presentation. Great. Okay, we are moving on. Next up, we have OxMarco 1101, and then after that we have JD 3179. And I'll just ask for I'm really excited to see all of that chat happening in the Discord, but when it gets into the in-depth discussions, or sorry, in the Zoom, just for the in-depth discussions, please take it to get Discord, just out of respect for the people who are presenting as well. Great. Okay, Marco, I'll turn it over to you.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for the opportunity. First of all, audio check, video check. Can you see my screen?
We got you. Yep.
Perfect. Okay, let's start. So our proposal named Absolute Finance is actually not a project. It's a research project, more or less, because it's extremely experimental, and we still need to find out whether it has got product market fit. But we foresee a business case and a use case for that. So basically, what we thought about is to take a deeper look at what the blockchain industry is going through at the moment. Web3 has kind of failed to deliver products that are popularly used by people. And what we see when we talk about crypto banks or crypto cards are just centralized exchanges connected to banks, which convert fiat to crypto or crypto to fiat and then settle using traditional financial systems like SWIFT, SEPA, or Visa and MasterCard. So we thought, why not use the blockchain as a backbone, so as a backend for a real banking software built using smart contracts. And this is also where Mina fits perfectly in. So we thought, let's see, since Mina allows off-chain computation, we can perfectly develop a banking software that connects to SWIFT, SEPA, card schemes like Visa, MasterCard using the APIs, but at the same time, have all the computation happening on the user side and having the, let's say, transparency given by using a blockchain. This gives actually two very good elements. First of all, users will know that they have full control of their funds at any point in time. But at the second time, we are not publishing any personal identifiable information on chain. This is a second problem for GDPR compliance in Europe, at least, that you cannot publish like IBAN or personal details on a public ledger unless it's encrypted. And even if it's encrypted, there might be, in the future through quantum computing, it might not be secure. So it's better not to have it at all. So this is an idea of the features that we can have using this software. We can have traditional bank transfers, zero knowledge, KYC, and digital identity. I see there have been a lot of projects, even in Discord, working on this. So very nice to see that. We can allow fiat and crypto deposits. And lastly, that's the most important part. It's license ready. We have already spoken to the regulators in Italy and in Spain, and the software is PSD2 compliant. It's basically means that the software is could get licensed to be used as a real banking software. It's I'll not go into the details of compliance, but basically it means that you can handle real money, not just crypto. The team background is comes mostly from the banking industry, N26, Revolut, and Klarna. And the future steps we have are mostly applying for a grant to the European Union, solidifying the banking partners that we have to test the software, and lastly, to finalize the integration with Mina, which basically means what can be done with Mina software and the blockchain, with smart contracts and blockchain, and what needs to be instead of loaded to a traditional backend. It was very brief, so open up for questions.
Thanks very much, Marco. Does anyone have any questions or feedback?
Yeah, it's very nice. I love this idea. My question is that possible to extend? I know this project has already been very hard, but since the GDPR also very hard, so is that possible to extend this project to support some AI use case for bank customers? Because nowadays, if you want to deal with personal data, it's very tricky. But I don't know if that's possible in the future.
Totally possible. It actually poses a philosophical question, which I will fall back to you, as I don't want to go into the details, but basically is how much privacy preserving you want to be. If you don't care about that, then you can have a data lake. So basically store all user identifiable information off chain, like whenever you pay with card, the card scheme knows which merchant account you've paid to, like supermarket, theater, movie, etc. And then we can run AI models on that, like to do recommendations or give tricks and feedback on how people spend their money. Or if we go to the full decentralized and privacy preserving way, then it's very tricky to use AI as well, you can have partial disclosure. That's really a good thing that ZK allows, where people decide what data they are giving access to. So they don't want to give access to any data, that's fine. They want to give full access to their last 3 months of expenses, and then the AI model can run off this data and give recommendations.
Fantastic. Thanks for the question and thanks for the answer. One more question from Stephen. Would local storage yield to submit a transaction until the final transaction is confirmed by the traditional software? If so, is it possible that the successful or unsuccessful transaction would get submitted?
Yeah, that's actually the part where I was saying it still needs to be researched on the MENA side, which is basically finality. When a transaction is submitted, you want finality. But there is one key element here that is solved by the software, and that's customer exception. Basically, when you send a bank transfer, you don't actually know that if it will get settled 100%. There are 720 million in losses yearly just because people input the wrong data or of software malfunctioning on the Swift side. So by actually allowing seamless transfers through our software, we can at least mitigate on our side this type of exceptions.
Fantastic.
Yes, full data privacy. I agree with that.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation and thanks for the questions. Thanks, Stephen. Thanks, Lee, as well. Cool. Next up, we have JD, and then after that, we have Invoke.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. We met before.
Fantastic.
Hey, JD.
Hi.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, JD. Nice to you.
Hey, I'm glad to see some familiar faces. I'm going to share my screen if that's okay with you guys. All right, can you see?
Yes, we can.
All right, let's start. So I will be presenting today on the behalf of OneWe. It's a startup based here in Medellin, Colombia. We have a pretty large team of 8 people. We have a product called the We Race. So I'm going to start talking about that. So what problem do we address? It's a pretty classic problem in the blockchain space, right? Who and what to trust. Particularly, we are in the social impact field. Right now, the solution is to use central organized organizations. For example, governments. Governments have things like 501c, whether something's a foundation or whatnot. We also have other centralized organizations like Charity Rater. So Charity Rater makes sure that you're using your funds correctly. There's a lot of ways around it for every particular organization. So for example, for Charity Rater, as long as you're using 90% of your funds for anything and 10% of your funds can go to administration. So let's say I'm a foundation and I received $100. If I take those $90 and just simply give it to another foundation, I've been really effective according to Charity Rater. Then the other centralized organizations we have are Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the Clinton Foundation. All of these organizations exist so that you, when you donate, you give your money, you're hoping that you can trust the charity at the end. So what's the problem with this? Who watches the watchmen? So from the philanthropist side, the problem is that there is really no easy and reliable method for validating and documented social impact data. If a charity says that they impacted 100 kids, there's really no way of figuring out whether that impact is real, right? And particular in Colombia, where we're based, 50% of Colombians say corruption is the biggest problem. So corruption is endemic in Colombian culture. It's not just in governments, it's also in NGOs. And then the problem from the community side, right? There is no easy and reliable method for the community to voice their opinion. So the question here is like, if we're using the Gates Foundation and right there, they're the ones who choose which impacts to fund. So for example, we have a place in Colombia called La Guajira. La Guajira, every December, they have a really large toy drive. Super great, super useful. But if you actually go and talk to the people in La Guajira, what they actually want is water. La Guajira is a very desert region that isn't very well developed. Secondly, usually sometimes when a impact maker is reliant on these third parties and these third parties change the laws, change their bureaucracy, or change whoever is leading them, they can very easily lose the funds and support that they had. So what did we create? We created the We Race. What is the We Race? The We Race is an attempt to make people create proof of social impact in a very fun way. So what do we do? The first thing you do is you have social impact. Then you share it on our platform. It gets ranked. Once it's been ranked, we know what social impacts are worth validating. You know, so you go ahead and you validate it. And once it's been validated and evaluated by the community, we say that your impact is true. There is proof of it, and therefore you have proof of social impact. That's an NFT, by the way. The proof of social impact is an NFT. So yeah, so here's a couple of things that we're working on. This is what we have tested already. I'll show it a little bit. As you can see, it's very media heavy. It works, yeah. It works by showing like very small tidbits of, it's very similar to TikTok or Instagram. So we're aiming for people to do it in like 30 seconds video clips. Okay. And this is a new UI that we're aiming for. So yeah, so people can donate, people can work, upload more of their impacts, put up testimonials as well. That way that you can state whether an impact had an impact on you and how true it is and all that other stuff. And sorry, I seem to have skipped some slides. So that's what we're working on, and this is the team. I'm JD, I'm the CTO. I used to work at Google. I think Mina is a really good solution for what we're using because Mina is really good with conciseness. So we're hoping to put the proof of social impact NFT up on the Mina blockchain, as well as maybe, I mean, I just saw the voting architecture presentation myself. So I'll look into maybe actually putting the votes on the blockchain as well. Here's a little bit about us, and let's talk about the market. Why is it interesting? So in particular, $107 billion are donated to public society benefits and grants making organizations. Those types of organizations are the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So that's what we think is our piece of the pie. We think we can capture $107 billion market to like receive donations in a way that is better than how it's already working. So what are we looking to do with Mina protocols grants? Well, we want to cover the first 3 months of our runway. We want to get a functional community platform on the blockchain. We want to have 25 social impact makers. We want to have 1,000 voters onboarded, and we want to complete one We award. This is how we plan on distributing the budget. We have a team. We average about $8,000 a month with the 8-person team. So this will be about 2.5 months of work for the MVP. And if we finish it and continue on to the next part for the advanced budget distribution, we're asking to put all the money that Mina gives us into the We Race Winners pot. Yeah, we're different because we're community first, tech first, easy first. We're trying to make the UX super cool, super fun. What are we looking for now? Yeah.
Oh, sorry, JD. I'm just going to give you a time check if we can, go to the feedback part.
Yeah, I'm done. So what we're looking for here in this particular presentation is, did I convince you that the problem is big and worth tackling? And that I convince you that we're the right people to solve it?
Fantastic. Does anyone have feedback, questions? Okay, it looks like we got one from Eric. Could you tell me more about your suggested standard of SID as a technical side, like must have keys, data types, etc.? Want to know how much it is different with current NFT metadata standard. And maybe like just to keep us on time, if you could like keep it to 1 to 2 minutes, and then we'll have to keep going.
Sure. So the technical side is that the NFT is built using lots of different types of evidence, what we call evidence. So we're including things like testimonials, just simple voting on whether there's a consensus on whether something happened. So that's the type of information included in our NFTs. Videos, images, and all that other stuff all organized in such a way that they prove a social impact did happen. I don't know if that answered your question, Eric. Right, so like most current NFT metadata standards, I mean, if you're talking about like just Bored Apes, right, it's just an image. Ours is images, videos, audios, consensus, etc.
Great.
All right, fantastic.
Thanks, JD.
I'm going to share the proposal ZK Ignite link. Thank you all.
Fantastic. Thanks, JD. JD and I met at a meetup last year in Medellin. This is the first time I've seen you since. So cheers. Good to see you on this side. Next up, we have Invoke, and then after that, we have Kauper. So I'll turn it over to Invoke. Okay, Invoke, are you there? Okay, next up, we'll move on to Kauper, and then after that we have Fabio. And I just saw a note from TheDARKFURY. We called you at the beginning, so we'll add you to the last in the list. We got about an hour left, and thanks to everybody for staying. Whether it's we randomized the order, so really appreciate everyone just staying till the end here. Okay, Kauper, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. My name is George Kauper. What I wanted to do was, I guess I can share my screen, but I've got two screens open. So let me see if this works. You can hear me okay, correct?
Yep, we got you.
Okay, great. And my screen, I wanted to share my presentation. So all I'm seeing is you on my phone. I have another screen up, but you're not seeing my presentation even when I go share content screen.
No, we're
Zoom,
not seeing
start
it.
broadcast, and then let's see if I can. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah, so
You
let
got
me do
your
this.
phone.
Yeah, that's kind of like where I am right now with this. All right, I apologize because I could do my laptop, but okay, here we go. Perfect. Okay. So the company that I started is DLT.Gov, and we are validating credentials cryptographically and securely. So basically, I see the MENA protocol with the zero proof knowledge technology as a very good way to validate credentials in a private way. There's some information which should not be public on the blockchain. A good example of that would be like car license plate information. You could have your plate displayed publicly, but you wouldn't want somebody looking up very easily where you live and all your personal information. So the same way it goes in the security industry. You have companies that hire security officers that are licensed, and there's some problems in that structure. So let me refocus here. I created the company with that's funny. I created the company with my brother. I have probably a 5-6 year background in the blockchain. My younger brother has a 30-year history in law enforcement and security. He's probably got about three phone books worth of credentials underneath his bed, which have all been issued by paper. And should they be lost, it would be virtually impossible to get that back. So that kind of started the thought process of saying, how can a private company verify security credentials in a quick and easy manner? Because some of the issues that happen within the security industry is, let's say a security officer goes to the state, they get licensed, and then they're issued a paper credential, which they show to a hiring agency or a private company. And that in the meantime, they may have their security credentials revoked. So how can we validate that in a timely, efficient, accurate manner? So through the use of self-sovereign identity, et cetera, it can be done. So what we're looking to do is, it's critical to be able to verify these active credentials or if the credentials have been expired or been revoked. The Mina blockchain, self-soldered identity, and digital decentralized identifier technology allows for rapid and efficient credential validation. The solution allows the issuer to automatically or manually remind credentialed personnel to renew their certifications as well. It also provides significant reduced liability to the insurance companies and the private public agencies that the employee is employed by. It also increases trust in the credential itself because it's instantly verified and validated by the DID. Private security companies and agencies rely on these employee certifications. If invalid credentials are accepted, several potential liabilities are triggered. Some scenarios are that the employee may not have the required knowledge to perform the job because they're not up to date on their certifications. The insurer runs into risk of lawsuits with large capital settlements. Invalid credentials may create serious liability to the company and the agency hiring security personnel, event attendees. The very people that the credentialed employee is responsible for protecting become at risk too. So having that end-to-end real-time validation of a security credential is critical. And as we know, some of that information should not be available on the blockchain regarding that. And I think Mina's really positioned nicely to do that. I have lined up 3 very good pilot programs. So what I'm looking to do is fund the initiation of those pilot programs. So basically, this is.
I'm just going to, sorry, just the 30-second warning.
This is what it would look like there. No problem. It sounds good. So this is what a credential would look like. And as everybody knows how Mina works, this could be a very effective and valid solution. So in general, that's the overview of the solution we're providing. I have 3 very good pilot programs, and I'm interested in building a solution for those pilot programs with the use of what we're doing here today. So yeah, I'm open to questions.
Great. Thanks, George. Does anybody have any questions or feedback? Is there anything you're looking specific for feedback on, like that people can give you feedback afterwards on your proposal? Is there any?
They're totally welcome, and yeah, I know the time keeps running, so anyone's welcome to contact me. Provide feedback in Discord, and I'd love to talk more. Sounds great. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, George. Okay, next up we have Fabius, and then after that we have AnotherDevv 1180.
So hi everyone, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, awesome. Okay, I forgot the open system preferences, so I will go freestyle. And here's Fabius. Here's Fabius, and from Italy, and with a friend Ricardo, we developed ZK Lottery. And ZK Lottery is about to create a decentralized lottery on Mina blockchain. And so why a lottery? Because it's a powerful tool, also an historical tool to raise funds, to create a random pick of a person, and also for user engagement. And so what problems can we solve with the decentralized lottery? We can avoid frauds, and we can go against centralized organizations that are providing not fair lotteries, and there's a lack of flexibility and accessibility of the current lotteries. And ZK Lottery will provide the ability to everyone to create a lottery, not only to buy a ticket of a lottery, but also to create it. And so the solution is something like a lottery as a service. And we are different from the standard lotteries that you can encounter on the web, on the decentralized lotteries. There's a lot of lotteries like Lotto, BC Game, there's Lucky Block, there's are working, not working, because they are all about gambling, but we are not talking about gambling here. A lottery is also an historical tool, it's something to more useful than a simple game. And with Mina, we are trying to create also an anonymous system. So there's also the possibility to not be recognized if you win, and also if you create the lottery. But there's also the possibility to give the funds, the winning funds, to non-government organization, no profit organization, as declaring it on the blockchain. So you will have the opportunity to fund also different organization. And we ask a really high budget. We ask about 50K. Maybe it's too much, but the problem is that in this in the lottery world, there's a lot of noise. There's a lot of problems and scams, and we really need to rebuild this world, and also the way that lottery are perceived, the lottery are so in the world. And we would like to reinvest the budget in the Mina ecosystem by acquiring Mina developers from the community, and also to reinvest it in Mina nodes, so we can actually create our rewards, our personalized rewards, and our lotteries as the first way to encourage users, and also to have really creative marketers, because me and Ricardo, we are not marketers. As you can see, I'm not really good at presenting and making pitch, but I hope that out there's someone really interested in finding creative ways that could in way that we can invest a budget and something like that. And we got a timeline. You can see everything on the link that we'll share, and I hope next time I'm gonna share also the pitch. I'm gonna check it.
Oh, fantastic. Well done. Well done. Got the point across clear. I think we have a question from Pete, which says, have you thought about a process to prove also where any funds raised, for example, for charity, that are sent to the right place?
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of the core, because the lottery, everyone can create the lottery and also declare who gonna receive a percentage also of the main prize. So it's something that could everyone declare. Yes,
makes sense.
Oh, sorry. To prove also where any funds raised. Oh, yeah, I think that I answered. Yeah.
Does anyone else have any other questions or feedback for Fabio?
Thank you, Will.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, well, yeah. So we've got the link there in the chat and also on Discord. Thanks for coming to present. And I'll keep us moving to the next. Okay, next up we have AnotherDevv, and then after that we have Shinki 3681. AnotherDevv 1180. Beautiful.
Can you see my screen now and hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Yeah. So I'm founder of WorkPod, and we're trying to bring more security researchers and auditors to the Mina protocol ecosystem. And we also want to teach about best security practices to already existing developers that are creating their own apps on the Mina. Yeah, and like the biggest problem right now is that, as we all know, security audits are not something that should be considered only after the project is successful, because once you get hacked, then on the blockchain, pretty much your protocol is done. Here is the list of the biggest hacks that were related to Web3 projects, and pretty much almost each one of those was unaudited. And one of the biggest problems with auditing right now is that it costs a lot. Average audit for the big enterprise project could be as much as 70K, and few of the bigger ones are often more than 200 or 300K. The other, the other problem is that audits take a long time to complete, and you can wait for as much as 2 months, and then you need to wait for the audit to be completed, which might take a few weeks. And after that, you still need to actually implement the changes based on the audit report. And the Mina protocol ecosystem is not as mature as the other ones like EVM ecosystem or the Solana one, where we already have a lot of resources for auditors. Pretty much when I was doing my research, I couldn't find really any comprehensive list related to attack vectors that are specific to this blockchain. Yeah, and our solution is the centralized audit platform with incentives. And I just want to emphasize that our platform is already pretty much almost ready. We're just looking to do a lot of research and integration for Mina protocol related audits. We want to help new auditors and auditors coming from different ecosystems learn about attack vectors and common vulnerabilities that are specific to Snarky.js and Mina protocol. We're going to create learning resources and standardization. And then pretty much we want to run a bootcamp that's going to end with this sort of collective audit, where auditors could be rewarded for finding bugs in different open source projects from the Mina ecosystem. And here pretty much is our roadmap with milestone covering our advanced scope, where firstly we would go through the research phase, and then we would complete learning resources for auditors. And in the end, we want to run this bootcamp with incentives that will be from the tokens that we receive from the Mina Foundation. And yeah, here's a graph showcasing how the private audit for a protocol could be done in the future. But pretty much what we will do during the ZK Ignite is showcased here in this graph, where each auditor could submit his finding. And in the end, once we perform the judging, then we would release the money from the bounty that we got from the Mina to the auditors. So pretty much a huge percent. I think right now is around half of the money that you would get would go straight to the auditors that want to help secure other open source protocols from the Mina. And it could be different projects that are also participating in ZK Ignite 1, if they're created by devs that maybe have a lot of development experience, but they might not be as experienced with the security itself. And yeah, it's pretty much all for now. Thank you.
Fantastic.
I have a
Fantastic.
comment.
Thanks. Oh, looks like we have some questions. Yep.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I like this one because there's a good chance this would help a lot of other projects in the community as well, potentially other projects that are going to be built. So that's pretty cool. I am curious, is there any plans for like other chains or other languages for?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, you know, I think it's best if we could support different ecosystems. And right now, you know, we are sort of focused on bringing auditors that are, you know, have other experience with other Web3 ecosystems like Solidity, etc., to the Mina protocol. But we wouldn't have a problem with, you know, auditing projects that are either cross-chain or, you know, are using different blockchains. We already can support that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks.
Does anyone else have any questions?
Looks like there's a couple in the chat. I see one from Steven that asks if this is like code for Arena, but for Mina. I guess that rhymes.
Not really. I mean, it's different from Code Arena in a way that you can perform private audits, and each auditor, as you can see here, can have like their own credibility, and each audit could end in a review that sort of lives on IPFS, and it could be encrypted. So the audit data that, you know, described vulnerabilities could be private, but at the same time, the proof that the audit was performed is public and is visible to everyone. So the project sort of has a proof that they have been audited and that their code is secure, but at the same time, the details related to the audit still stays private, and, you know, vulnerabilities are not disclosed until the code is patched, pretty much.
Great, thank you. And one last one, if you could maybe just give us the quick answer, but it's a juicy question. Is no. Daniel asks, have you already identified possible vulnerabilities with ZK apps?
Not yet. I mean, it's pretty much like really topic where you have to do like a deep dive. We started doing our research with Snarky.js, but right now it's more of just like reviewing already available code on like GitHub and stuff like that.
Fantastic. Okay, well, I'll keep us moving, but thank you again. Thank you again, AnotherDevv, Daniel. And sorry, I never really know whether to go with the Discord name or the real name, but I guess everyone's real name is actually, I'm just going to stop there. Okay, thank you, AnotherDevv. Our next up, we have Shinki, and then after that, we have Borja, MLabs. I hope that I pronounced that right. Shinki, are you there? Maybe Shinki? No? Okay, we'll keep moving. Borja from MLabs, and then after that, we have the dude.
Yep. Hello.
Hey, Borja.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so our proposal is basically like building an SDK for cross-chain verification of activity. So we are trying to establish links between Mina and other blockchains. And so, well, like the reason for doing that is it's pretty clear. Like there's already like huge ecosystems on other chains, a lot of effort, a lot of assets, and a lot of effort has been already like spent, and there's a lot of activity there. And it would be cool if we could like leverage that activity on Mina. So how we plan to do that, that link is very simple. It's just using commitment schemes. So some commitment hash can be posted on this other blockchain, and then we can reveal that secret on the Mina blockchain. So what traditionally has been the problem with these commitment schemes is that, well, when you need to reveal the secret at some point, and when you do that, well, you can be front run because now the nodes know your secret, and they can take advantage for that to kind of impersonate you. But that with zero knowledge proofs, that goes away because you don't really need to reveal the secret. So you reveal it like privately. So that's the main idea behind it, like leveraging these commitment schemes for to establish this link. And our idea is that this is a base layer that then can be used for for like different use cases. That depends on the developers wanting to use that SDK. It could like verifying investments made on another chain, like proving some certain interactions with contracts from another chain. You could it could like unlock the possibility of doing NFT transfers. And also like other chains could leverage like the zero knowledge properties of Mina, for example, to do like secret voting or things like that. So that's basically like our idea. So we would be basically like building this SDK that would allow like deploying the contract, like generating these commitment pairs, like secret and the commitment hashes, committing the data, like both on the other chain. That would depend on the specific use case, and that function should be provided by the dev. But our SDK will also like allow to certify this data on Mina by updating, by generating these like leveraging this prover function to certify to submit the zero knowledge proof and store the commitment hash of chain, so it can be like verified later by anyone like wanting to check whether this commitment is real or not. They can check that it was certified on Mina, that it exists on the other blockchain with the correct context, and therefore like with that knowledge, it could enable the link would be like certified, would be established, and it can enable like the specific application at hand. For example, minting an NFT, or just like giving access to some website because you've done done certain investment on another chain. So really like the application is like there are like many applications that that could leverage that solution. This is just like the base layer, and the idea is just to be able to establish these links between Mina and the other blockchains, so they can like take advantage of each other properties.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thanks for the detail. We have 2 questions here. So we'll take these 2 and then we'll probably keep moving. The first one is from Pete. Would you choose one chain to connect to initially? And then the second question is from Steven, who's asking if it's similar to a ZK mempool. Would a validator on another chain be using this as an alternative light client? And then also, which change would you choose to support?
Yeah. So regarding the the chain election, this is completely like chain agnostic. It really like we don't really like need to support chains because like we would provide like the SDK that interacts with Mina, and B accepts a function that interacts with any other blockchain. And that specific logic that interacts with the other blockchain is supplied by the dev. So we are like providing some base layer that is completely chain agnostic. It's basically a commitment scheme. It's just like a way of like posting data to blockchain. It doesn't really need any like super specifics of any chain. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, it does. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna keep us moving, but we've dropped the proposal there in the link. Pete actually just asked one follow-up. Is that written in Snarky.js? And then we'll move on from there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like it leverages Snarky.js for like certifying the leak on Mina. So it will be like a mix, right? The certification of Mina would happen like leveraging the Snarky.js, and then like the interaction with the other chain, but not.
Fantastic. Cool. Okay. Well, thank you, Borja. Pete says thanks as well. We'll keep moving here. We've got a few left, so I appreciate everyone sticking with us till the very end, and I'm sure that all of the people at the end appreciate that too. Next up, we have the dude, and then after that, we have Alexander 4542, and then only 2 left after that. So we'll keep us moving. And yes, the dude. Do you read me? Okay, maybe not. Next up, we have Alexander 4542, and then after that, we have Wired Hikari 5319. Alexander, are you there? Okay. And if anybody isn't able to join, or I know we're running late, so we can maybe hit us up to see if you want to get a spot for tomorrow's call as well. If well, they wouldn't be here, but if anyone's watching this afterwards, and shout out to the YouTube crowd. Okay, next up we have Wired Hikari 5319, and then finally we'll have TheDARKFURY. Wired. Okay, TheDARKFURY.
Yeah, hi everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so we are building Reward Hub, which is basically a mechanism to build reputation and to incentivize open source contributors. So like let it be Web 2 or Web 3, the open source contributors do get incentivized in some way, but there is no reputation that is, people are building around the contributions that they are making. So what we are trying to do is basically build a mechanism where they can just put their open source contributions that they are making, and then we will just add some XPs mapped to their wallet addresses in our smart contract for the work that they have done, and that's how we'll build the reputation around that. And also that reputation can be used as a gating mechanism for DAOs. So right now the gating mechanism for the DAOs are basically NFT and token gating mechanisms, which I think is not a great way to get into DAOs. But I think like-minded people can get together in the DAOs if we use this particular reputation system for getting into DAOs and gated communities. So we are trying to build that, and yeah, so that's it from my side. And you can go over the proposal, and if there is anything that you would like to ask me or get some feedbacks over the ideation or how we can help the open source contributors in more possible ways, feel free to let me know about it.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for coming to present. So is there anything specifically that you're looking for feedback on that we could drop into the Discord?
Yeah, so the thing is, when a particular open source contributor has, for example, have done contributions in 10 projects, and he is getting NFT for the proof of work that he has done for the 5 projects, how can I notify the contributor? Like, is there a mechanism for that where we can basically provide a notification kind of service to the contributor?
Great. Does anyone have any comments or feedback for Soham? Kobe says, I don't think such a thing has been built yet. That's a good, Soham, I'll direct you as well to the ZK app, not only the cohort 1 channel on Discord, but also the ZK apps channel where there's a number of engineers present who'll be able to kind of give feedback on that as well.
Sure, I will check that out for sure.
Okay, great. Okay, so that takes us to the end of today's presentations, and to everybody that came and presented and shared with us. It's not an easy thing to do, especially in such a short time period. So I just want to say thank you. Really, really appreciate it. And also, we're going to be consistently evolving this process, especially as more cohorts come. So your feedback is also very welcome around how this works. I also want to give a massive shout out to there's a number of electors here on the call. The electors are the people, again, who will be voting on the proposals after the deadline. I know it's a lot of mental energy to come and listen to and give feedback in this way. So just want to say thank you to all the electors who are here and making it all happen. And finally, there's just so much energy and good kind of like thought that's going into these proposals. There's clearly a lot of really talented people, and this is just cohort 1. So, like, even if not everybody gets funded as part of this first iteration, we're going to be announcing cohort 2 soon, and we're going to be rolling, almost directly into a new cohort. So the goal is not just to kind of like have this be a one and done, but we're going to continue to grow this into the future. So I just want to say on behalf of the team at Mina Foundation, like, our goal here is to capture all of this energy and everybody who's kind of investing this time and effort into learning Mina, learning Snarky.js, and thinking about ZK applications, ZK apps. Cohort 1 is just really the beginning. So thank you again for joining. This will be recorded. Thank you everybody who's listening in afterwards. We're going to take tomorrow's presentation at noon GMT. We're going to do it similarly. So if anyone's able to join then as well and give feedback, we would really appreciate it, just as you've been here today. And then after that, we're going to combine both recordings. We're going to post it publicly. We will timestamp it. We'll also include links to the proposals, and you can keep an eye out for that in a follow-up email. So lots of stuff going on, but thank you again for taking the time, and we will talk very soon.
I'd like to present my proposal token that can be used both in a shielded and public form. So what's really unique is that basically I want to make a standard that's very similar to existing standard so that people are common or understand the concept well, but has an additional feature of being able to use the token in a shielded mode, like what is called in Zcash. And that basically means that in a shielded mode, the balances and the amounts of tokens that were transferred, would be basically private, right? Yeah. So, but one of the main difference in the design versus something like Zcash would be that it will be purely an account-based balance and not UTXO, which is a lot more suitable for use when integrating with smart contracts. So it's also a token standard that I hope that will be usable with other smart contracts that relies on it. So the unique selling point will be really making this standard reusable, but also leveraging the power of zero-knowledge proofs for privacy-preserving transactions. So I think one of the main problem is when we build ZK apps, right? We require a token standard. I know that Mina already has a token standards, but I think this will be seeing how we can actually apply one level higher or being able to have a token standard that has built-in privacy features. And I think this will be very important, definitely for DeFi. But I think also in a lot of B2B use cases, if you think about supply chain, invoicing, B2B lending, credits, and even in Singapore, like a concept known as purpose-bound money. So I think there are a lot of applications for token standards, that is privacy preserving. The main idea of what I'm trying to do is basically, in terms of implementation, is basically using a Merkle map, but having like two different maps, one for the public one. So the one for the public one will look actually very similar to some of the existing token standard that is being proposed. The shielded one is similar, but it would have, in addition to the balance, a noun that is only known, to the owner, and together this would actually mask the value of the balance, right? One of the problems, I would say, one of the challenges of having shielded Merkle tree or Merkle maps is that in an account form, is that when you update an account, you need to update the balance of both the sender and also the recipient, right? Which makes it impossible because you do not know the nouns of the recipient. So the way we hope to solve that problem is having a different kind of transfer functions. So when we transfer balances from the public to a shielded mode, it has to go into an empty shielded account so that we know that the balance is 0. And also when you transfer from one shielded account to another shielded account, it also has to go into an empty one, right? But so that we do not have too much fragmentation, there will be a transfer function that can combine shielded accounts owned by the same user, but across multiple public keys, and recombine them into one single balance, right? So this is one of the ways I was thinking that we could have an account base and also have shielded and public kind of balances, right? The other functions would be relatively straightforward, the normal transfer functions from public to public, from shielded to public, and also functions for minting and burning token balances. Yeah, so the idea is really to build some kind of a POC or an MVP. So one additional thing that needs to be built as well is a very simple kind of off-chain storage for the Merkle map itself, right? So that the different values of the hashes will be available, and that will be required to actually construct Merkle witness proofs, or Merkle witness, yes, I think that's what it's called. And potentially some kind of test suites, that will actually be based on some simple applications. So what I'm really looking for, is more comments and feedback. I would love to hear if people think that this is, feasible from a zero knowledge point of view, and also looking, to work with, more people to form a proper team. Yeah. So this is the title. You can look for it. It's under Dev for Dev track. This is my Discord ID, shinki 3681. Thank you. I'm sorry I can't talk in person this time, but I hope to really hear more feedback on Discord. Yeah, thank you.
Today, yes, thank you, Janae. We're going to do our best to kind of stick to this timeline. The thing that I really appreciated from yesterday's was everybody was very willing to stick to this, and it really, while at the beginning it might feel like it's a really short period of time, we randomized the order of the presentations to the best we could. And people who are going at the end, 5 or 6 minutes after 20 of these feels a lot different than 5 or 6 minutes at the very beginning. So my ask to everybody here is to be present, to stay as long as you can, to listen, to every proposal that gets shared, and to please be present, and where you can give feedback or support or show some love. It's an intimidating thing to kind of come and share what you've been working on in front of a big group of people, especially that the meeting is recorded. So I just want to say thank you to coming to do that, but also to everybody here. Like, even if you're preparing or you're kind of waiting on your presentation, it really, I think we can create this group energy where we can give as well as just present. So I just want to kind of set that as a tone. I'm going to be timekeeping, so I'll give you like a 30-second warning in the chat if you are coming up to that first presentation, and then I might cut in. But I do so out of love, just do so because we have a lot to get through, and just out of respect for everybody throughout the length of the meeting. We'll be dropping Discord links into the chat and onto the Discord as we go. Yasin will also be, if you filled out the form and you said that you wanted feedback on something specifically, that will also go into the chat. What I'll also ask is that to just refrain from any like in-depth back and forth discussions on the Zoom chat, and instead take that to Discord, just because as other people are presenting, it could be a little bit distracting. So please bring your energy, bring your generosity, just like we've been seeing on the platform. It's not easy to kind of get up here, and it's for the benefit of everybody in the program for sure. Afterwards, we'll email everybody with timestamps of the recordings with timestamps from yesterday and today. We'll include the links, and we'll also include that request for feedback in a table. Okay. Thank you very, very much again. Let's get into it. We're going to start off with rpanic, and then we'll go to Zonu after that. We'll keep going down the list. We had some people unable to show up yesterday. So please, if you're not here, that's okay. And you're watching the recording afterwards, that's also okay. But we'll just kind of, I'll be consistently saying who's up next on the list as we go. Okay, does anyone have any questions before we get started? Anything to call out? Okay, I guess I'll also say presentations aren't required, but I'm going to stop sharing my screen. If you'd like to present, you can just take the screen share from here, and we will go. We'll go from there. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to rpanic.
Thank you, Willy. Hi. Today I want to present my proposal for ZK-Ignite 1. It's called Nord, and I think it can be really good summarized with that it's a scalable, modular, and interoperable ZK rollup. So just 10 seconds about me. I'm building on Mina now for nearly a year. I placed first place in ZK-Ignite Cohort 0, and I was part in the ZK beta testers. Okay, so about the rollup. So basically, we have the problem in the Mina layer 1 that there is like a limited transaction throughput per block, so per time, and it has long block times, around 3 minutes, sometimes longer at the moment. And this kind of leads to bad user experience and developer experience compared to other layer 1s, which have like a really like a lower block time, which leads to transactions being confirmed more quickly. And another thing is that once ZK apps get more popular and there will be more transaction activity in Mina, this will lead to a like more open fee market, which can lead to high fees if there's congestion in the network. So this is why we need layer 2 rollups, because they can like leverage off-chain, the off-chain nature of Mina proofs, and aggregate a lot of proofs and then commit them to the layer 1 chain with like only one transaction. So Nord has, in the center of the Nord idea is that its interface equal to Mina. What that means is that it implements all the GraphQL endpoints of the node and the archive API. And that means that you can use all tooling which works with the Mina L1 right out of the box with Nord. So that is Snarky.js, and that is also like our wallet and all these other things that are built onto the GraphQL endpoints in Mina. Another core thought is that we want to make custom deployments as easy as possible. So that means if you don't want to use the NEAR base network, you can like just easily spin your own rollup up and use it with your own contracts. So about the architecture, the main philosophy is that it's centralized. So it has one operator in the middle, but it's trustless. So the rollup operator basically sequences all transactions, proves them and commits them on chain. But in the case that the rollup operator gets offline or gets malicious, tries to censor things, in that case, a user can always make an emergency exit. That means that he can use the Mina layer 1 chain to retrieve his funds really easily. And the rollup operator is not involved in the process. So basically, you have no risk of losing any funds. Also, it uses a monolithic state tree. So basically, the whole network has one state tree. It doesn't matter how many accounts there are, how many contracts are deployed. It's all in the same state tree. And that enables seamless interoperability. So basically, I can have one account like I have in the Mina layer 1 and talk to as many contracts as I want, make transactions with them. Contracts can call other contracts, and that works all really well. So we have here on the slide kind of mock-up of the basic architecture, how it works. So we have the user, which talks to the GraphQL interface, and behind that is the rollup operator, which does all of the sequencing, the batching, commits them on chains. Behind of that is a worker cluster who kind of can dynamically scale to an indefinite amount of workers, which then takes care of the actual proving, which is kind of compute intensive. Exactly. And at the end, there's one proof. It gets committed to the Mina L1 chain, included in a block, and then it's final. So what are the benefits of this rollup? So we can, just by using a rollup, we can decrease the transaction confirmation time from above 3 minutes to less than 10 seconds. The rollup operator can just check the transaction, check the proofs, and then confirm it. Afterwards, it proves everything and commits them on chain. And yeah, that is when finality actually occurs. Another big benefit is lower transaction costs, because they basically just depend on the compute time the proofs take to generate. So you have to rent like AWS instances, which costs some money, but these costs are like way lower than any L1 transaction fees also at the moment. And there's increased limits for transactions. So at the moment you have limits on the number of account updates you can put into a transaction. That can be solved with the rollup, because we can increase these limits arbitrarily. Also, auxiliary data like events or actions can be expanded without any like real security considerations or drawbacks. So what am I looking for now? I kind of just want feedback. What are features are missing? What would users need to kind of use it in the day-to-day? What do devs need? What can be done in the design architecture? If you have some ideas, I think, okay, that would be cool, or that is a good approach on how to scale or how to distribute work. I don't know. Everything, please just reach out to me. I'm really appreciate it. And yeah, the third point, what are potential problems? What can happen if we have like 100,000 transactions per second? How does it scale? How can things break? Where are some potential security holes? Yeah, everything like that. Please, I think the proposal link will be posted in Discord. Either reach me out there or just write me on Discord. The link is down here. Okay, thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Raphael. I know we got some good feedback in the chat there. Steven from StovenLabs says, wow, credible. Really like your L2 scaling idea. I think it makes sense while you're proposing a single validator in this case. But do you think there's room after to continue exploring with multiple validators? And we're a bit over on time, Raphael. So maybe I can direct you to answer that on Discord if that's all right. Perfect.
Sure.
Perfect. Okay. Well done. Thanks for breaking the ice. It's never easy, and especially with such a detailed proposal. But next up, we've got Zonu, and then after that, we've got Cold Star. So I'll pass it over to Zonu. Go for it.
Hi, I actually don't have a deck, so I'm just going to go off of my proposal. The basic idea is that there's a lot of fraud going on in the world. I think just phone call fraud in the United States last year alone was $800 million. And it's mostly around the expectation that people are calling you, you can trust them if they just give you very basic information like here's my badge number or whatever, or I work for Microsoft. There's actually a lot of parodies about it, and a lot of, I don't know if you've ever heard of Kit Boga or any of the other famous YouTubers that are focused on anti-fraud videos, but it's a very serious problem. And I think ZK apps are a very good way to go about it with ZK group memberships. The motivation technically behind it was actually recently ZK ECDSA came out, and it was a very efficient method for figuring out members in groups. So I'm kind of experimenting with the circom file and also Mina at the same time to find the most efficient way to prove that you're a member of a group without exposing your public key. And why that's important is, one, is because if you're calling someone, you don't want to expose everyone you call to. And also you don't want to expose what company or your private address anyway. So the general idea is when someone calls you, we're going to change human behavior slightly to accept something kind of like a ZK badge. I know Sysmo has been very successful with their ZK badges, so I feel like this is also a valid use case if we focus just on fraud and anti-scam. Discord is another example where Discord, people come and scam on Discord constantly. It would be very easy to make a ZK badge group based system there as well. But for the first iteration, I really want to focus on phone calls. One reason why is recently someone actually called one of my family members as well, and it was very realistic, and I think they almost got the scam done. But if there's a very simple check like, hey, is this person really working for this organization, and is there a way that we can do it decentralized? I think that would never have been an issue. So this $800 million we're potentially seeing go down to zero. I think the end users will be obviously very happy, but the credit card companies, the banks, the government who are actually be paying to use this system will probably be very happy with the result as well. Technically, there is an example I actually have open right now of the anonymous message app. I think this is the closest example out of all the documentation where you have a set of public keys or private keys, and you're all part of a group, and only people who have access to the key actually message in the group. This is a very close example. What I am messing with, though, is actually a circum file on top of this that does a little bit other stuff with ZK ECDSA, and we can use it both for Mina and also for Ethereum signing if they need to. So it's kind of a dual system. But what the way it would generally work is there'd be a front end application. If someone calls you, you can say, hey, prove that you're from this bank. Go to this link and use one of your keys to sign it, and then I will know that you are actually a representative of this bank. I don't need to know your bank teller number or your official badge number, whatever it is. Just anonymously sign this, and it will show up as a green check, just like a ZK badge. I expect to do this in three milestones. The first being mostly investigatory, figuring out the Mina system more and seeing how it can work with this other technology that I'm using, and also seeing how I should save the data and serve the data to the users. I would love to get with those YouTubers and have them actually at the end of this try the system out and see how it works in real life with these real scammers. But that is the general gist of it. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thanks, Wyatt. Is there anything that you are specifically looking for feedback on from the group, or does anyone have any feedback for Wyatt? I guess that was a two-pronged question.
I'm not sure if this is directly related, but I have a bunch of people always create fake Instagram accounts for me. I'm curious if there's any like value or use with like verification for social medias, or if that wouldn't really be the use case.
100%. I think the first iteration is going to be about phone calls, but very easily you can see it being like ZK badges for social media as well. Really, you can prove something and not have to actually like show the credentials behind the proof would be useful for, especially Discord. I think is what we do next, because there's so much people pretending like they're Mina, pretending like whatever group they're supposed to be. It'd be very easy to verify with some digital signature, basically.
Fantastic. Okay, well, we will have this bookmarked, and yeah, thank you, Wyatt, for coming in and sharing with us.
Yep, thanks.
Next up, we've got Cold Star 1993, and then after that, we have got Stephen from StovenLabs.
Hello, everybody. Could you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we've got you.
Okay, let's begin. And because of my English spoken skills not really good, so I will try to express myself clearly. And during the feedback session, please type to me because I cannot catch up with the I cannot catch up. My listener skill is not really good. Okay. And I raised two proposals during ZK Ignite cohort 1. And one proposal is about anonymous network, and the other proposal is about Mina storage. And let's begin with the first proposal, anonymous network. Anonymous network, formerly called Shadow in ZK app builder programs. One is ZK rollup layer 2 solution of Mina, focused on privacy and scalability. It grows up along with the upgrade of Snarky.js. And then let's talk about the problem statement. Built by our team, currently on Mina, there are 2 points need improvement. One is privacy and the other one is scalability. And regarding privacy issue, according in our opinion, we are on Mina.js, we are not anonymous, and our on-chain activities are not private. We could see all on-chain states and transaction history of all addresses on Mina.chain, which means all on-chain activities are public, including what you did, what you are doing, or even what you will do. This is now expected by common users, high-level players especially, because our funding operation and investment strategies like DeFi NFT are exposed to the whole world. Well, you must know about unfair treatments like front running of NEV or savage attack of NEV on Ethereum. Further, it is not really difficult for professional data analysis party or companies to link all related addresses and infer the real world owner behind them. So to enhance on-chain privacy and improve censorship-resistant properties, we need to solve transactions privacy on the chain. And the second one is about the scalability issue. The scalability issue of Mina chain is mainly reflected in the following 2 aspects. The first one is increasing transaction flow. Currently, though Mina's nominal block confirmation time is about 3 minutes, it is uncertain that each slot generates a block smoothly, which results in that total confirmation time of each block is over 5 minutes and further leads to bad user experience. Although requisite ZK proof works well to make Mina ledger much slim, we can foresee the heavy busy transaction traffic as the number of users grow up and inevitable network congestion. And the second one is about ZK app account. As we know, we have limited state capacity on each ZK app account. Unlike static contrast, each ZK app account provides a files of 32 bytes. For larger data, we consider storing the root of Merkle tree or similar data structure within our ZK apps on-chain storage that references additional off-chain state stored elsewhere, such as IPFS. Here, however, our ZK meets another new challenge: data race. Current updates from numbers of users upon states are based on consistency. We need to solve, concurrent updates from numbers of users upon the state based on the same Merkle root must break data consistency. To guarantee data consistency, we need to solve the data race condition. Mutex, synchronization, action, or reducers, or else update design. On one hand, if we overcome data race by synchronization, mutex, we meet another challenge: poor user experience. Only one layer 1 could succeed each time, while other concurrent layer 1 transactions upon the same Merkle root all failed. On the other hand, actions and reducer mechanism is a good manner, but might not fit all ZK apps, since it normally works on layer 1, which means ZK apps performance is still affected, limited by the main network. So you can see that solving the scalability issue is one of the necessary conditions for Mina chain and ZK apps, especially to serve a large number of users. And to enhance privacy, protection, and scalability, our team designed ZK rollup style layer 2 based on native ZK capability on Mina. It is named Anonymous Network here. At the very beginning, Anonymous Network acting as a subledger of Mina main ledger could migrate numbers of transactions from mainnet to layer 2, but key as safe as that on mainnet. Besides, Anonymous internally batches numbers of layer 2 transactions into one layer 1 transactions on mainnet to make them finalized, which leads to much lower cost of each layer 2 transactions. What's magic? You are totally anonymous, and your access and your on-chain operations are totally private within Anonymous network. No worry any longer about private exposure and a fair treatment of NEV.
Hey, Coldstar, just to jump in, I think we probably have to keep moving because we're almost at time now. So maybe, is there anything that you specifically would like to ask feedback on and that we could then put in the Discord?
These are features we have. The Anonymous Network have. You can see here. These are all the features I will share. If you want more details, please go to our proposal I shared on the Zoom chat. And this is our architecture about a layer 2 transaction journey. And this is our teammates. We are active members in community activities. And another proposal our team list is Mina storage. It is a DA layer for ZK apps, providing a verifiable, reliable, large scale of chain key value storage service for developers. We are centralized but trustless, verifiable, practical. We can support highly frequent CRUD on off-chain storage. And the above is about our 2 proposals. If anyone has some feedback, please type to me. And if you want more details, please go to our mainnet and follow us on our Twitter if you're interested.
Great.
Yes.
Great.
That's
Thank you.
Really yeah.
Oh, sorry. I know. Thank you for coming to present. And clearly, there's a lot of detail there that people can dig into afterwards. So thank you, Coldstar, and appreciate especially making the effort without English as a first language. So thank you very much. Cool. Next up, I'm going to pass it to Steven, StovenLabs, and then after that we have Raphael, mathy 3712.
Cool. Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for organizing this. I'll jump right in. So our proposal is to build a game of incomplete knowledge using Mina and Snarky.js. We called it strategy. Start clicking through. All right, so just like briefly, the idea here is to build a game. Games have like long been, in our opinion, Web3's Trojan horse. Like historically, they've also been great ways of exploring new technologies. This is a little sample of our team. I'm Steven, I'm head of strategy at Pangolin. We're a DEX, we're live on 5 chains. There's a bunch of people on the team that can get pulled in to work on this. So just about like games in general, like the like gaming industry at large is constantly growing at a approximately 11% per year rate. Revenue of gaming in total is around $365 billion. So that is like in 2023 around $1 billion a day. And I think we all know that like gamers like represent almost half of the world's population with around 3 billion people. So I think this is definitely where Web3 gets, you know, its next billion users. So like high level vision is, I think we're shooting for the stars. It's never a bad idea. We aim to be Unity for the ZK web, but like, let's be realistic. You got to start somewhere. So we're kind of making the guinea pig. So, we've kind of started architecting this, and so this one's like a whiteboard. Let's see if this works. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of like quickly show what the game is and talk through it, because I think it comes through in text, but it might be a little easier if I say it in 60 seconds. So like in the middle, this is like actually what the game is, but I put these little ghosts in that kind of show that like, hey, like this game like is a game of incomplete information. I have secrets, you have secrets. The game's actually able to trustlessly manage those secrets. The way the game would work is basically a bigger piece takes the smaller piece with some exceptions. And you actually don't need to leak any information even when fighting something. So it's kind of just like, you'll learn that the other thing you hit or attacked or that hit you is stronger than you or is weaker than you. And then you'll just individually be able to make some deductions about that and come to those logical conclusions. And basically it's a game of capture the flag with bombs and flags and a bunch of different characters with like slightly different abilities. I think I got stuck in that last slide. All right, so basically, we're designing the game. I'd say this is already complete. We have like the whole spec kind of written up. The contracts are in research and development. We're going to actually integrate with an open source like framework, probably one of the React 3 frameworks that like closely mimics Unity, to give people the ability to use essentially like game objects and 3D programming languages complemented with like Snarky.js and all of the like, the whole world of games of incomplete information kind of gets opened up with that. Basically, we're proposing that with the setup phase, there's kind of this like tree of masking key pairs generated for each piece. Those pieces like are kind of exchanged so that only individuals that actually are supposed to know the information get the information, and it can be revealed at later times. Basically, the game kind of like opens up a state channel between 2 players, and like the UI kind of handles a lot of that. The yep, I think it's kind of straightforward. Mainly the questions, just to kind of like go right to it, are about implementation. Like most of the game can be carried out pretty simply and like naively, but then there's kind of this interesting like part that comes up where, let's say there's like a red player and a blue player, and let's say the bigger piece takes the smaller piece, is more or less the game rules. So like, let's say pink's 7 tries to take blue's 5. Like now, like pink knows its piece, but it's moving on to something and it's kind of attacking something, right? So there's kind of this handshake that's going to happen, and we have a like kind of like 2 options. We think like we can more or less like create a circuit and more like pre-populate it with the initialized game state, or we can facilitate like a sort of handshake more or less, where kind of like you have the algorithm and like both players kind of like swipe through it more or less, And I think like I'd be curious for feedback on those architecture decisions that we're discussing. And then I'm going to skip the second one. If there's any fun ideas for gameplay, like we're super open to it. That's kind of what the second question is. And the third one is actually about, I think that basically like the naive version of the game is to make it so every transaction is, or every move is a transaction. But the like advanced version of the game would be to facilitate the entire gameplay loop using recursive proofs, so that you don't really need to make a transaction at all until the end of the game. And you know, we're kind of like curious about the feasibility of that. I think it makes sense, but I'd love to get like a confirmation that we're not embarking on like a impossible journey. And I'll pause there.
Yeah, I think there is some docs on the recursive proofs, so I can find a link for that.
Thanks. And then what do you think about the like when you have a game, it's a multiplayer game and there's like secrets exchanged, like does anyone have like a favorite way of like thinking about that, like mentally, like how would you handle the exchange of those secrets in like an optimal fashion? I think there's a couple different architectural options. And not to put anyone on the spot, but that's one of the open questions that we're sort of researching right now.
Does anyone have feedback on that? Thanks, Stephen. I know that there are some gaming minds on the chat. Go, be bold, be brave. Okay, well, maybe we'll make sure to call this out in the Discord, Stephen, and get you some answers there. And I'd also encourage you to we have weekly kind of office hours with the engineers who are building Snarky.js on Wednesdays twice a day. So they'll also be able to kind of provide some other heads up. And there's also a secrets game that was built at a hackathon called Snarky Baras, which is like a battleships using capybaras as a game. And they you can
there's some really cool examples of like Prove My Turn and a couple others that we were looking at as well. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah. One of the Snarky Baras, I think, is on ZK Apps for Mina, and they won a hackathon prize in ETH Bogota, I believe. So they're a team, I think, from 0x Park that has been messing around with Mina, so it'd be good to maybe connect with them too. Cool. Okay, thanks, Stephen. I'm going to keep us running here. Next up, we've got Mathy 3712, aka Raphael, and then after that, we've got Ryan Usher.
Thank you, Will. Hello, everyone. My name is Rafael Campos. I'm from Costa Rica, and I'm going to present my project, cryptographic proofs of NFT endorsement. Are you guys seeing my screen already?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So first, the team, myself, I'm the team lead. I'm an Ethereum and Web2 developer. And my location is in San Jose, Costa Rica. And Eurytorium, he's an Ethereum and Mina developer, and he's in Moscow, Russia. So a quick TLDR, what we are trying to achieve here is to verify on-chain the authenticity of an NFT endorsement by prominent people. We propose a ZK app on Mina that will generate the proof of authenticity and then bridge it to Ethereum to be used inside an NFT. For the identity provider, we're proposing Twitter, but we can swap that for any other service that will, allow us to verify the identity. So what's the problem that we are trying to solve here? Well, as you all know, collectibles in general and NFTs in particular their value depend a lot on things like rarity, historical significance, and authenticity especially. So let's suppose, as an example, that we create an NFT to commemorate the moon landing in 1969. So anyone could do that. Anyone could go and mint an NFT with some nice art, and the problem is it will lack authenticity. It will be worthless, right? So just as worthless as a right-click saved NFT, for example. Yeah, we'll know that that doesn't have any value. So how are we going to solve this? So the idea is to have a prominent person, a celebrity, or a distinguished individual to endorse our NFT and sign it. Okay, so for example, in the real world, a signed copy of a Harry Potter first edition book costs nearly $1 million. I looked that up yesterday. I was surprised, by the way. So how can we replicate this on chain? So here's our proposed solution. Continuing with the example of the NFT landing, the commemorative NFT, what if we could convince Dr. Buzz Aldrin, one of the astronauts from the Apollo 11 mission, to endorse our NFT? So how can we prove that he actually endorsed our NFT? Well, we can follow this workflow. We can ask Dr. Aldrin to tweet something that relates to our NFT and that can be verifiable by a ZK app on the Mina blockchain, and then use the Mina to Ethereum bridge to bridge this ZKP to Ethereum and have an Ethereum DApp mint the NFT, including the ZKP. So now we have a nice NFT that is verifiable, cryptographical verifiable proof that Dr. Aldrin endorsed it. Okay, so the scope of work, the standard scope will be to develop a Mina smart contract, an Ethereum smart contract, and then a web application to interface with both contracts, okay? And the advanced scope will be add the capacity to end users to propose their own NFT ideas. And not only the NFT idea, but also the endorser, right? For example, let's say I want to create an NFT that commemorates Ethereum's Genesis block. So I will go to our website, I create the proposal, and then propose, let's say, Vitalik to endorse it. Yeah, right. And so the system will be able to, under the hood, contact Vitalik via Twitter and ask him for an endorsement, and that's the idea. And last but not least, I would like to mention our idea about the social impact that this project can have. We know that it's kind of difficult to convince a prominent person to endorse some random NFT. So our strategy to convince these people to do this is to donate almost all the proceeds from the auction of the NFT to philanthropic organizations or charities. And this way, we think the potential endorsers like Dr. Aldrin or Vitalik or whoever will be more, interested in actually endorsing the NFT if they know that the proceeds will go to good charities or are not just some random person. So that's the idea. That's my project. I'm open to any questions that we may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafael. Does anyone have any questions or feedback? Okay, I think one quick one is when you're thinking about the zero knowledge aspect and why the endorser in this case, especially if it's philanthropic, would want to use potentially some maybe not anonymity, but can you talk like in 1 minute or less around why ZK is important in this use case?
Okay. The idea of using ZKP is to make it cryptographically verifiable that the endorsement was actually made, right? Because, for example, if Dr. Aldrin tweets something related to the NFT, saying, I'm endorsing this NFT, he can delete the tweet the day after, or he can pass away and the Twitter account to be closed, and there will be no way to prove that actually he endorsed the NFT. So with a ZKP, we can create like a cryptographic screenshot of his tweet, and it will become attached to the NFT forever, and it will retain its value no matter what.
Okay, great. Thanks for articulating. Okay, great. I'll keep us moving, but the links will be in the Discord. Thank you, Raphael, for coming to join and presenting. And I encourage everybody to give that feedback there as well. Next up, we've got Ryan Usher, and then up after that, we've got Han 0884. Ryan, are you on?
Yep, I am here, just getting my screen shared. Thanks for having us. Awesome. Okay. So here to present to you all. My name is Ryan. I'm from Sydney, and I'm here to present ZK Machine. So ZK Machine is a zero-knowledge compute, basically solution, and it's capable of allowing you to program that compute in, or that runtime in any Linux-compatible language. And it's operable from a centralized environment, which is awesome. So, I mean, why is it, right? So, at Usher, we're basically on this journey of trying to get data validity provable from storage network to on-chain outcome, right? Because at the moment, if we're collecting data in a centralized environment, processing that data, and then pushing some on-chain outcomes, it's happening in a sort of a black box manner, right? Which means that data can be poisoned, which is bad because centralized authorities can effectively govern the outcome of on-chain assets effectively. So existing solutions are being released, things like chainlink functions and risk zero, except both of those solutions have their own restrictions and drawbacks. And we think that something built on Mina, where Mina is being developed in such a way where to integrate with different blockchain systems, have its proofs provable on-chain, it can cultivate an outcome where you get no restrictions, or at least minimal to no restrictions. So how does it work? Basically, if you have a programmed runtime, you can execute it within this ZK machine. And it's pretty much an integration between an existing solution called a Kartazi machine and the Mina ZK program. And basically what happens is the machine is proving to a validator network that it is indeed a verifiable runtime. And it does so by synchronizing its state, number one, and then two, basically producing a proof that is verified by this network. Once it's secured to proceed with some state advancement, which can be the state of a compute or the state of a data set, it can then proceed to execute its logic. And the outcome of that logic is now a Mina proof associated to some cryptographic hash that represents the state of that compute, which comes from the Kartazi side. But because we're using the Mina proofs, we can effectively store that hash inside of a ZK smart contract or ZK app. And we effectively get this lineage over the recursive iteration of these proofs of the state advancements in that compute. So developer experience, program your runtime in any Linux compatible language, test your runtime using the CLI tool that we'll be developing, and then run your centralized compute as though it was decentralized across different nodes. So the feedback we're after is related to cryptographic security. So we have in our proposal a diagram that illustrates the process of the, or the architecture. The viability of the solution. Is anybody else experiencing the same problem of being able to own the on-chain outcome without, it feels like a bad thing to do though, or centralized authority. Is there anyone a centralized authority over their data? And then usability, can this be used beyond data processing for decentralized systems, and how potentially? But yeah, thanks for listening.
I was on mute there. Amazing. Thanks, Ryan. Looks like you got a question from Wyatt, who's asking what scheme are you using for the VM?
What scheme are we using for the VM? So that's an interesting one. There is technically, I wouldn't call it a hard virtualization like a Docker container, but it is an emulation. So the scheme is or Kartazi machine uses a RISC-V architecture emulation so that it effectively can produce a hash based on how memory is allocated within that runtime. And it's effectively, the outcome is a hash representation of your runtime. But RISC-V is the scheme, I guess you would say.
Very cool. Does anyone have any questions or other feedback for Ryan and the team?
Runtime proof.
Looks nice. Cool. Thank you, Patrick. And okay, next is very interesting.
Should I respond to the question, or is there like a process?
No, you stayed to time, so you got about 30 seconds left. So go for it if you want to respond.
We have a proposal that deals with verification of biotech protocol execution. So runtime proof, software that controls the hardware. There is important aspect. We might have some synergies. Okay, just some synergies. Yeah, definitely open to chatting with any of you on this call if you're open to that.
Cool. And Patrick gave a great presentation yesterday, so we'll make sure that gets included so you can see that when it gets sent out later today.
Awesome. Yep.
Cool. Okay. Thanks, Ryan. Good. Thanks for coming to present. Next up, we've got Han, and then after that, we've got Pascal. Go for it. You may be muted, Han. We can see your screen though.
Hi, sorry, I'm sorry. My name is Han. Now I think you can hear me. Yeah, thanks, Will. Yeah, I'm Han, and I'm the author of the proposal at Meta. And at Meta is Web3 advertising proposal. And the background of our proposal is, as all of us know, that currently online advertising is like a very hot topic, and especially in Web2. And we know that there are like monopolies of online advertising in Web2, which are, for example, Google Ads and Facebook. And there are also some rising stars, like, for example, TikTok and Snapchat, Amazon, etc. And but all of them are like using a centralized service to provide this advertising services. And this might lead some concerns from users regarding data privacy, especially like data abuse or data breaches, because we don't really know how it works inside the black box. It's closed sourced. That's why we want to propose at Meta, which is like a blockchain-based online advertising protocol. And so the idea of this is to have to use users' on-chain data as a base. And also for advertisers, they can also propose their advertisement on blockchain, so that the matching will happen on blockchain as well. So our scope of this integration between ZK app and users' profile is to use users to integrate the ZK app with Meta's native browser extensions, which means we will just to get some off-chain data from users as a complementary data source combined with on-chain data to enrich a user's profile for the advertisement matching. So here is like an overview of the identity data sources. So for on-chain data, there are quite a lot of data providers regarding the on-chain behaviors. For example, we can query one wallet of their transactions, and also the frequency of their transactions. For example, we can check if a user, how often if a user uses one DeFi product, and we can identify this as the users, as the interests I mean, how high this user is interested in the DeFi products. So based on this, we can make like a tag for each user to match some different advertisements. And in our product, we really want to integrate ZK app as a complementary data source in our browser extension. The way we do it is to use the ZK app to check if users are using certain different DeFi or browsing different DeFi websites. And for example, we can calculate the time or the frequency the user uses per day. And based on this data, we will generate, we will abstract all this data as a score of data's, which will represent data's interests of different Web3 categories. For example, if one user uses like 10 times of different DeFi products, and also each time this user like uses like more than 5 minutes of different product, and we can also combine this data together with the on-chain data, which is like the numbers of transactions the user make during this day. And by using this, we will just calculate this the so-called DeFi score for this user. And this score, because this score is not like fully generated from the on-chain data, so we want to just make like a proof of this score by using ZK proof, so that this can be like a statement that this user has reached certain level of DeFi or GameFi whatsoever, so that by using this kind of statement, we can do the advertisement matching. Yeah, I think my time is in. Thank you guys.
Fantastic, thank you, Han. Does anyone have it? Yes, I think Yasin has a question, has a hand raised, and we have about 1 minute for feedback.
Yeah, I have a question. So actually, this is really interesting. Yeah, congratulations. So first of all, I have 2 questions. The first thing is, how do you store users' data? So where do you store it, and like how these users control their data? Another point is, there's a big capital asymmetry in these data markets and like advertisement markets. So how do you plan to monetize, or like do you have some business model that incentivize users to give their data more? And like, yeah, these are my questions.
Okay, so the first question is regarding the storage of the data score, right?
Yes.
Actually, it's a good question. In the first version, we plan not to store it somewhere, because it will be eventually like the centralized storage, but rather to generate this kind of ZK proof after the user reaches a certain level. For example, we set up some milestones like 100, 150. Once they reaches that level, we will just generate one statement or one proof for the user, which will be recorded on chain. And later we will find out some more better way to store it on chain with privacy preserving. And the second question regarding the business model, I really want to explain to all of you guys, but I think the time is quite limited. I'd like to put more information in Discord. Maybe we can have some more discussion.
Yeah, that would be great, and I think it's a great point of continuation. So thank you, Han. Thank you, Yasin. Very interesting.
Thank you.
And I'm also keeping an eye out for that Discord chat. So maybe we could take it there. Thank you. Next up, we've got Pascal, and then after that, we've got, I'm going to pronounce it terribly, so I'm sorry, Korsadkan, and I apologize in advance. Cool, Pascal, over to you.
Yes, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. So I'm Pascal. I'm a co-founder of Papers, a venture builder based out of Switzerland, focused on Web3. And we have two teams submitting proposals here. So let me directly dive into the first one around mobile proofs and self-custody. Maybe some of you might know AirGap, which has a novel approach for self-custody, so keeping funds safe by utilizing mobile devices that are offline. What this means is you can get a dedicated smartphone, or by essentially upcycling one of your older devices, use this device now as an offline hardware wallet, where you generate your private key on that device and then use your everyday smartphone with the companion application to interact with the protocol. How this works is you have AirGap Wallet, which is the companion application that is connected to the internet, and you have AirGap Vault installed on your offline device, where you essentially create a secret completely offline, and you use the two devices through interactions of QR code. So you create a transaction on AirGap Wallet, so sending X amount of mina to someone else. You are prompted with a QR code on that device. You scan it with the offline device where it's being signed by accessing biometrics, and the signed transaction is shown in a QR code again, which you then take your everyday smartphone, scan that, and broadcast it. And off you go. You have a completely air-gapped, so a completely transaction that has never essentially touched any network and interacted with the Mina protocol. What we need to do for essentially allowing us to make this happen is two things. And so obviously AirGap itself is consumer focused. So this is a great way to bring self-custody approach to the Mina ecosystem. But we need to first be able to create proofs on these mobile devices for that. We have already worked, or AirGap itself has a sapling integration for Teslas, so privacy preserving proof generation is something that we can already do there quite efficiently. But this would be a first step outlined in this proposal, essentially creating the library to optimizable create proofs on iOS and Android devices, and then leveraging this in like a stretch goal or in the advanced kind of stage to fully integrate Mina into AirGap with the outcome that now everyone then can use their upcycled offline smartphone to essentially leverage it for transaction signing. And for this, we are essentially looking for feedback. If you think this is a feasible approach, if you even are thinking to build on mobile and you would utilize the library itself. So yeah, happy to answer questions on that side here on the discussions on the CK Ignite portal or also on Discord.
Fantastic. Thank you, Pascal. Looks like you've got a couple comments. Dan loves AirGap, calls out that Parity also has a signer for
Awesome.
Polkadot and Parachains.
Yes,
Lawrence says,
yes.
very interesting. And then Carol says, interesting, where does, and has a question, where does the actual private keys are stored? What if I lose my offline device?
So the keys are stored on the device itself in the trusted execution environment, which means they're only accessible by input of biometrics. And you have essentially a mnemonic or a seed phrase backup that you can store somewhere else. We even have kind of these metal plates that you can utilize that are fireproof, where you can write down the mnemonic, and in the end, if the mobile device is being defective, you can still essentially back up the mnemonic and get started again on another device.
Fantastic. Great. We're going to drop the links in the Discord. Thank you, Pascal, for coming to join. Super interesting. And welcome to the Mina ecosystem. Next up, we've got.
So we have the, sorry. Yes, we have the second one. Sorry for that.
Okay. Yes, if we can keep that one somewhat short, just so we can keep us moving. Yes, go for it.
Good. So the other one is Acorist, which offers what we call universal interoperability. So giving access to a decentralized computation environment hosted by individuals or enterprises. Also there we're leveraging trusted execution environments, which I've mentioned in the airgap application. So what this essentially enables is to do off-chain computation, to do cross-chain transactions, to enable essentially Web2 or data be brought into the Web3 space, have Web3 communicate with Web3, and leveraging this for use cases such as like verifiable random number generation. You can do off-chain DeFi strategies. You can cross-chain bidding on NFTs. You have also permissioned access to enterprise data. So in the end, it's not only interoperability between two, so Mina and Ethereum, for example, but it's a universal interoperability by leveraging this layer and the marketplace itself. So quickly to walk you through it, if you are interested in getting computational resources as a developer, what you're going to do is you define your use case in JavaScript. You go to the Acorist marketplace where you put this up with a reward for execution, and then you are matched by the processors, so the infrastructure providers in this ecosystem that then are picking it up, utilizing their trusted execution environment to create a verifiable proof of the computation and provide you the output to your CK app where you essentially can consume it. Also here, I'm happy to get feedback on this. We're definitely looking for use cases as well that want to leverage this computational environment for various things. Thanks.
Fantastic. Great. And we'll drop that link in Discord as well. Cool. Thank you. Thank you, Pascal. And next up, we've got Korsadkan and then Runjesh after that, Runju.
Yep. Can you see my screen?
Yes. And how do I pronounce your name? I'm sorry. I
you
probably
can say just John. Shortly, yeah, John.
Okay. All right. Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm going to represent zContact SuperDApp. zContact SuperDApp, developing by OxMarco Software Incorporation, also has investors desired and MetaMask companies. Financial HR and KOC support supplying by these companies. Currently, zContact team contains 6 developers. As a pre-work, OxMarco Software has 2 intellectual property rights related with the zContact SuperDApp, which contains ZK Snark and decentralization technologies. zContact supported by the Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey as a research on development project. We focus on 4 main problems. Firstly, especially in daily life, there is no common ZK Snark applications used by most people. People visit thousands of physical and digital locations and still share data with the authorities, still have to reveal their ID at the control unit of physical locations without ensuring data privacy. And secondly, loyalty management solutions are forcing people to install their app, and when it's just used for a very short time. In order to use the application services, people fill out separate forms and save a lot of information in the relevant application. Thirdly, the absence of solution proposal in real-life problems obstacles the speed of the apps. That absence brings lack of user and developer community. And lastly, when user cancels from the app, their process being cut. Also, the apps cannot use permissions and services which provided by the mobile operating system. For example, an ordinary dev cannot use notification service of mobile operating system. What zContact SuperDApp offers? zContact SuperDApp describes 3 types of actors: person, physical location, and digital service providers. Person is an actual person who has zContact SuperDApp. Physical location units are identified as actors, where general people authenticate and authorize to enter related physical place. Physical location says contact points, which is an authentication and authorization units. Actually, it's a small computer such as Raspberry or Arduino that runs a Mina node and broadcasts out requirements of related place with Bluetooth protocol and communicates with the access management system of related physical location. Digital service providers are dApps, mobile apps, etc. This is the actor design of zContact. So what we offer at standard scope? First, I would like to say that advanced scope contains interaction between all mentioned actors. POC will be oriented by just interaction between person and physical location. Person is in any zContact SuperD app user, enters a physical location such as hospital, bank, etc. At the control unit of that location, there exists a contact point. This contact point hosts a Mina node and broadcasts its identification requirements as tokens and with service ID with the usage of Bluetooth protocol. Person's zContact SuperD app receives requirements of entrance and generates a proof. Person verifies that proof with Mina and consumes related services which are hosted at related physical location. Hosted ZK dApps are developed by the provided SDK of zContact SuperDApp. This SDK will support the implementation of Bluetooth and QR code-based implementations. Authentication and authorization of the process will be completed with the ZK proofs over Mina. Application will be able to use that exact location. When person left the place, access token will expire. Depending on the choice of physical location service provider, person will be able to interact that having left the place. Otherwise, application will be automatically deleted when person left the place. So, and what we are looking for. Actually, we would like to create a reward mechanism for developers, app developers, and it's the super dev concept. And lots of versatile developers would like to push their applications, the centralized applications, to that super concept. And what would be reward mechanism? And simplification and prioritizing activities. As you know, it's a big project and there's lots of actors, lots of interaction scenarios. What we supposed to take first, And lastly, we look new team members with Mina and smart contract development experience. Thank you for listening.
Amazing. That definitely was a record time in terms of information, speed, and delivery. So well done. I think you get the prize for getting it across the line. Does anyone have any questions or feedback for Don? Or any thoughts on the reward mechanism? Okay, well, we'll drop it in the chat. And I think, again, I just want to reiterate for everybody, because we're going through a lot of these fast. We'll be sending out the email with the link, also calling out what people are looking for feedback on.
Sorry for interrupting. It
was perfect. Okay.
If I had time, I just wanted last small addition. As a basis, we actually identifying physical location as an actor. When you enter a physical location, it has an identification. If it requires some, identification requirements like what's your name, what's your ID, what's your age, etc., you're identifying physical locations with your mobile app, and it's being done by the ZK snarks over the Mina. And the hosted services are being reachable by this way while you are staying at that exact location. It's one of our main purpose in the standard scope as a POC. I just want to clarify it a little bit.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for clarifying. And also, I think as we're going through this, what I'm thinking could be helpful for process is that what our team will do after these presentations is we will timestamp each presentation and leave them as comments on the proposals themselves. So as electors are going through, there's an opportunity to actually rewatch, and I think that will be helpful. There's many electors on this call. I think that will be helpful for people to be able to get the gist of it in 3 minutes. So thank you for the extra context, and it was very, very fruitful. Next up, we have Runju9937, Rajesh, and then after that, we have Leandro Manza. Do we have Rajesh on? Oh, Rajesh may have shared his in the Discord, so I'll have to go back and check. Oh, sorry. Are you there? Oh. Okay. Maybe not. I'll have to check to see if Rajesh shared his in the Discord. Then we'll make sure to get it included in the email afterwards. Leandro, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, perfect.
Let me
Maybe
share
before
my
you get started, I'll say afterwards we have cryptoiner, aka Daniel. But go for it, Leandro.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen. Can you see it?
Got it. Yep.
Cool. So hello everyone. Thank you for giving us the time for presenting our proposal that is called streamlining with three credential, a self-validating CK app for communities. Who we are? We are Mario Cito. I already know him. He's becoming an active member on the Discord. Myself, Leandro Manzanal, and Dario Sanchez. All of us has more than 10 years as a software developer and more than 2 years as a blockchain developer. You can find more about us in the team tab. So why credential, also called patches, is becoming a hype topic nowadays. And you know that Web3 is all about communities, and credential are becoming an essential building block for them. Because they are social, they can promote participation and engagement, they can act as reward, they can enable roles, and we think that credential can level up the power of the community. So as an example, when you love to have this credential as a top contributor of this core one. So there are some platforms that are already issuing them, most of them on Ethereum. The most known is Pop. There are many others. They are really easy to create and mint and claim, but can we really trust them? So let's see how they validate the claim. Sorry to say that they don't. They just issue it, and if something failed or someone found something wrong, they will send you to maybe to a clearance code to authenticate that. They issue it based on some given list set it by an admin, let's say a created list, but they didn't explain how it's created. And so can we solve the challenge of verifying the authenticity of credential? For doing so, we think that we need a streamlined, structured, repeatable, and reliable system for validating the claims. And we think that we can do that with our idea of community-based attestation protocol, complemented by user-friendly CK apps that enable the easy self-validating and issue of the credential using a transparent and repeatable process while preserving the privacy and confidentiality. So how does this work? An applicant will start a new claim, we create a proof of claim, and then a coordinator service will select and assign the validator and auditors based on a configured master plan created by a community admin for each claim type. And for example, you can have 2 or more validators or 0 or more auditors. All of them should be registered and validated. They'll be randomly chosen. They are anonymous, and they vote secretary. And each of the validation will create a proof of work. And after the validation will finish successfully, we'll create a proof of certification that enable to issue the credential as an NFT and will be created on or minted on any blockchain. And why on Mina? Because it's preserve the anonymity of validator, preserve the secrecy of vote, and preserve the confidentiality of provided evidence. And what the community receive for our work, it will receive a comprehensive and streamlined CK app and a service for issuing an authentication credential in Web3 communities. And we think that our protocol could be a public good and a very important piece of the ecosystem. So please provide more reviews. We received a bunch. Thank you for Mario to start it again or reciprocity review. Mainly, we need to clarify our proposal, receiving feedback for our architecture, monetization, and use cases. Or maybe showing our team, we are looking for marketing and social and design and branding member. So that's all. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well done, Leandro. Does anyone have any feedback or questions, thoughts? I have maybe one question. When I thought the why on Mina slide is really helpful to kind of demonstrate the benefits of why this could live in a ZK app. Can you talk just in like 30 seconds around why the confidentiality of the validators you think is important? Oh, you're on mute.
I'm mute, sorry. Mario, can you jump on this one, please? Are you there?
Yes, I am here. How are you? How's everyone? Mainly because if you have anonymous validators and they secretly vote, you have transparency on who can analyze the evidence that a given applicant has. So you need to have anonymous validators, so the applicant does not know who is validating his claim. That's how we can assure that it's a transparent process. Also, because validators are selected at random from the whole set of validators of a given community. So what we are proposing is that the community self-validates its own members with a given set of validators from the same community. I don't know if I answered the question.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I assumed, but I wanted to kind of call out, especially just a little shill for Mina there. But yeah, fantastic. Thank you, Mario. Thank you, Leandro. I'll keep us moving, but the link will be in the chat if anyone has any questions, especially if anybody. Yeah, I want to give a shout out to you guys for lending so much generosity when it comes to feedback for other proposals as well. Maybe we can use your system in the future to reward yourselves.
We hope so. I think it would be a good addition to any ecosystem. Okay, bye.
Absolutely. Cool. Thank you. Next up, we have cryptoiner Daniel, and then after that, we have Rajat. And then after that, we have Laura. Jilt.
Yeah. Hello, guys. Good morning. I'm Luis Garcia. I'm in the team with Daniel and cryptoiner. So let me share my screen to present a project. Okay, we are building Newsball, okay, a decentralized document collaboration and storage with CK KYC platform. We are building a new area for document management with the help of CK. Newsball is a CK app for decentralized document collaboration, sharing, signing, and storage with CK KYC, enabling non-repudiation of documents by real-world verification proof. So we are combining the document management and the CK KYC because we think is the same use case with some variations. Our platform, we are building it to have encryption, to be affordable, to allow collaboration, and to be user-friendly. Okay, the problem we are trying to solve is a real-world problem because, as you know, there are data breaches from time to time when hackers get documents of the security. Is a big issue when it comes to document collaboration, and also the trust, okay, because even different departments in a company don't trust to themselves to share documents, and sometimes it's a mess to get a document from an institution and you need to share to other party that this is also a government or kind of trusted party, but they don't trust between them to share the document, and it's like a long process. Okay, so we are trying to avoid document repudiation and also the centralization problem. Okay, because I think these three are really involved in the problem of sharing documents, okay, between persons and institutions. What are our target market or target users? Individuals that want security, collaborate, and share documents. Also small businesses that use sensitive client data, client documents, and enterprises that need secure document management. And we have our architecture. It is a work in progress, of course. We need to review some things like about scaling the solution, but this is our proposed base architecture. This part here is also part of the solution, where we are including the KYC and the document verification. We also have other architecture for just for this part. And this is the TMS CK app, okay? And we have also offline storage, and we have the interaction with Mina protocol here, okay? Well, the team, in the team we are two. This is me, hello, Luis Garcia, and Daniel, okay? So thank you for your attention. Any question? I see the face, the Will's face, like he wants to ask something.
I was just going to say, I think this intersects with a lot of, like many of our projects are building tools that could be used by other, like ZK apps that could be used by other pieces of infrastructure. I'm just curious if people on this call have any other feedback or questions. I don't want it to be just me.
Yeah. I think we are taking some pieces and building a solution for the real world and real problem. Starting the last year, I was sick with COVID, and I needed documents from a bank to share with a notary, public notary, and the department in the bank requested to other department in the bank to get the document, and they don't trust even between these departments in the same company. So it was a mess. A lot of branches and offices were closed, and I was just like waiting in the call. So this is a real problem. We are solving here. Okay.
Yes, I think that's a great example. Great. Okay, well, thank you for coming and taking the time to present. Very well thought out. We'll drop the links.
Thank you.
And we'll take the conversation there for anyone that has more direct feedback or questions. Next up, we have Rajat, and then after that, we have Laura. Rajat, are you on? Okay, we'll keep moving. Laura, aka Jilt. See Laura in the chat.
Yeah, just one moment. What do I have to do? I have to share screen, right?
If you'd like, you don't have to. The time is yours to.
No, yeah, that's fine. Okay, share screen. Share.
Yes,
can
we
you
can see it.
Can you guys see it? Okay. Okay. So yes, first is the creators block API. Why another API? Because you already have. One in particular. It's very interesting, which is the one built by the San Francisco labs that are contributing to your. I never remember their name. Okay, but it's a GraphQL. Pretty interesting API built on archive nodes and built on several requests that have been done on GitHub, and I have linked on my proposal. Basically, you already have, but what we are proposing is another kind of API. Is the structure from a technical point of view is basically the same with some modifications to the GraphQL API that you are already building, and I have seen in detail. But it is built for the graph network. The graph network is basically, I could say is another blockchain, but it's not really. It's a Web3 standard API. It was built to create a Web3 standard decentralized API, and it's very similar to GraphQL. It's based on this structure of supply and demand, and it's basically the token, the GRT token, is distributed to people based on the queries that their API gets. So there are some roles in the blockchain that I am not gonna explain, but it's quite interesting the fact that the model is built to let you earn for each time that some people request data from your API. Okay, this is the main point. Okay, so it's based. It's the idea of rewarding people for sharing good data, good blockchain data. Okay. This is the article of Bankless about the graph. I will leave you the link on Discord or in this chat if you want. It's quite interesting, in particular the last part, because it refers to DeFi, the fact that basically most of the DeFi systems on Ethereum now rely on the graph a lot, now that it's decentralized. And I can witness this because in particular for arbitrage, so for some services that are very peculiar and focused on the DeFi systems, this kind of services are very useful. I have witnessed it myself. Arbitrage and loans, flash loans, are the dynamics in which this kind of services are most used at the moment. What we want to do is that we want to use it for to create a creator's API. So we will start from the foundation that is already there, which is your GraphQL indexer linked there, and some beautiful code that I have found from Cohort 0, an NFT marketplace with a sample indexer for private transactions indexing. And we will merge these two indexers into one simple subgraph and allow people to use it, creating a an easy to learn web UI to access the API. Okay. What else? I have design thinking teaching experience for 3 years, so yeah, the web API will be based on that basically, and it's finalized to developers to get developers to work on Mina and to develop their ideas easily, and while they develop ideas, they query the API and we earn from it. Okay, so that's why it's called the Creators Block API, because earning from it, we will be able to create a data economy inside Mina. So we will be able to reinvest money into the right creators that engage with the community and that query our subgraph. This is us, and the link to the GitHub profile is is on the slides and on the proposal too.
Fantastic, fantastic. Well done, Laura. Does anyone have any? I really like the approach of making it, bringing new developers into these ecosystem and giving them an opportunity to learn and build with an easy API. We have one question from Mark, which says, could you provide some use case examples of such tool? I'm thinking of analytics. I'm sure there's more. And if you could just answer that in 1 minute or less, just so we can keep moving as well.
Yeah, the use sample is DeFi, is the one that I got from Bankless. This is an article from the Bankless Medium. You can get, I will link it to you, but if you look for one of these sentences on the internet, you find directly the Medium article. This one is the use cases of DeFi for arbitrage. For example, if you wanna take advantage of a chance of arbitrage, you can query the subgraph of Uniswap, and you can get the token value on Uniswap and SushiSwap and do the arbitrage. Example.
Great. Great. Thank you very much, Laura, and welcome to the Mina ecosystem as well. I like that you did your research with the cohort 0 code as well. That's a great building block.
Thank you. I do what I know to do best.
No, absolutely. It's all building blocks. Okay, next up we have nonce0, Harsh, and then after that we have aris22. And we'll keep moving here. I appreciate everybody sticking with us.
Hi everyone, Harsh here. Today I'll be we have the application that we are building is Curve Network. It's a non-financial credit system. Basically, we have built it on EVM-based systems on Polygon and so on and so forth. But there are some hindrances that we have faced over there, and Mina seems to have solved some of the issues using zero knowledge. So so the application, I'll just go through the application. So basically, we have reputation systems in real world are multidimensional. So they can be reputation for an identity, they can be reputation for product, they can be reputation for places. So reputation for an identity is not just limited to a credit score, which is financial in nature. Uber driver has a reputation, while Uber consumer also has a reputation, which is common across multiple segments. So there is Uber, there is Ola, there's other applications which can share this information. So that is for the identity. Then you can have a reputation for a product. Let's say that can be any product in any product. It can be a biscuit, it can be chocolate, it can be anything. And the reputation score for that also needs to be maintained, and that is in its own silo. Then you have reputation score for services that like it can be a restaurant, it can be a laundry, any physical thing or any services offered by a person. That reputation score can be there. And then you have a reputation for places. It can be a specific place like restaurant, restaurant or a particular store in your location. So that this all comprises into non-financial credit score, and we cater to that area. So basically what happens is all this information is kept in silos, like independent or is segregated into silos. We intend to aggregate it onto a common blockchain where everyone can use it commonly without any biasness. So what do? We maintain a non-financial credit score over a decentralized network, which is enabled by cryptonomics. And the most important part is privacy preserving. If you have the system on EVM based, if have such a system on EVM, the privacy would not be enabled. But if you convert it to ZK or over Mina contracts, then privacy can be preserved. And that's the solution that we intend to go to. Also, apart from this, I'm part of router protocol working towards interoperability of blockchains. So we can also look at integration with router for facilitating contract communication with other contracts on other chains. So that's it. Yeah, any questions for me? I'm open to it. I understand there's a time constraint, so I kept it short. However, I've attached white paper and associated documents on the link. So you can feel free to raise any questions over there.
Fantastic. Right on time. And very to the point. Does anyone have any feedback, questions, thoughts for Hush? Okay, we'll keep moving and we'll drop the link in Discord. And again, we'll make sure that this is that these videos are timestamped and dropped in as comments to each proposal. So when the electors are reviewing, we'll also have that there. But thank you for coming to present. Next up, we've got Aris22 and then minabina after that.
Hi, hello.
Hi.
Share my screen. Oh, can you see it? Okay, awesome. Hi, I am Risa, aka Aris22. My proposal is a marketing strategy hub, essentially. I'll go a little bit into what I'm talking about. So the problem that I was thinking about was how what we were thinking about was how companies and often brands cannot really keep up with building communities and engaging on social media as the internet culture is changing and kind of marketing themselves in terms of marketing strategies. Obviously, they are doing it. Oftentimes, their approach is a little bit delayed, or the expertise that they do look at are often more expensive and slightly dated. On the other hand, at the forefront of marketing strategies, I think, are these hidden knowledge holders, and they're actually often community-driven fandom accounts, independent artists that sometimes go on to become bigger artists, as you can have seen on TikTok, for example, as well as influencers for obvious reasons, like that's their full-time job. Other examples are, for example, fandom accounts being able to create international artists playing on their local radio. They'll like create campaign strategies within their community, recruitment within their community of trying to gain more interests, and also going as far as to create viral edits like the Wednesday edit that turned into an actual viral dance trend. So there is no actual platform for these hidden knowledge holders to create a community focused on sharing their strategy and expertise. And oftentimes, there are not, because they hold valuable information like this, they don't actually have the opportunity to kind of like share it and maybe gain exposure as like a potential strategist in this way. And maybe they haven't even thought about it. So my proposal is to create a platform where these identities of these people behind what various platforms on social media can be, the accounts can be private, but the posts and the relevant information of the strategy that they're garnering can be shared publicly and publicly verifiable. So this is the general structure. I don't know where I am for time, but essentially the public user information and public statistics, and there's public strategy, but the login credentials are private. And the user can choose to create like a paywall to get more detailed information about whatever strategy that they've used. There's more information on my proposal if you want to look into that. The initial mock-up is what we're trying to get within the next 3 months. What is the UX UI experience? What is the skeletal outline? And also what is the ZK circuit that we will be developing to generate the proof and verifying the proof. The team is me, Bryce, I'm the project lead, Jasmine, she's a project member, and Mish Wong, she is the design and engineering consultant. So yeah, that's a bit about me. I don't know if I went too fast. Sorry, I couldn't see the comment.
No, that was perfect. You're right on time. Right on time. So does anyone have any questions or feedback for Risa?
Oh, sorry. I also want to add, we're looking for developers, designers, and product experts. Yeah, so please feel free to join us and reach out Discord or the proposal on the ZK Ignite site.
Okay, fantastic. Well, thanks for coming to present. Very insightful, and I'm just going to keep us moving in for the sake of time because we're still got a number to keep through, but we'll drop the link in Discord. Thank you. And up next we got Mina, and then after that we have Kenzie capture. Is Minabina on? Great name. Okay, we'll keep moving. And thanks to everyone for who's it looks like Mina is here. Okay, I see myself.
I was trying to get everything set up. Yeah, hold on. Can you see my screen now?
Yep, we got you now.
Awesome. Okay, so my concept that I'm presenting today is Badger, and we are the future of digital identity. So just a brief overview of what I've presented before. My name is minabina 4984 on Discord. I'm a UI UX developer. I also specialize in branding, graphic design, and technical writing. I'm located in Philly, in the US. So Badger essentially issues NFT ID badges that can replace hard token identification with ZK identity verification. Some use cases can be a bartender that at a bar can verify age without access to patron addresses, preserving privacy and safety, or enjoying international travel without fear of misplacing expensive passports and visas. And as we gain credibility, this could potentially decentralize the Social Security Administration and the DoD, which issues Social Security cards and hard tokens like IDs. We are also developing an iOS widget that will enable users to create an easy access QR code, so that way it enables quick and easy networking. And if you'd like to learn more information or communicate with me on Discord, please scan the QR code in the bottom right of the screen. It'll also be on each slide, so at any point you can do so. So consider birth certificates. A birth certificate has to be requested by a certified medical professional, so you have to get one in the hospital. So if you have a home birth, you have to register through a midwife or someone who has access to this closed network. It's issued 2 weeks after the application is received. It is custodial, which means it must be requested, copies must be requested from the state. And it's also required to qualify for other vital documents later on in life, including state IDs and passports. Now consider Badger as a digital passport issuer. So we would issue a dynamic QR code non-fungible token, and it is editable. You can edit the encoded data without needing to generate a new code. You can track scanning activity by device and location and add password protection to the encoded data as well. Because the entire system is built on Web3, you will be issued a corresponding non-custodial URL, for instance, Badger pl.us/Mina. And the user builds a public and private digital presence, as well as uploads digitized assets to any existing wallet. For instance, you could scan and upload your physical Social Security card, ID, birth certificate, whatever you need, vaccination records, anything like that, and it'll be housed in the digital wallet of your choice. Badger also grants access to digital communities like Skunk City, which is a closed cannabis network, Free Agent, which is a fantasy sports betting platform, and Bid, which is a chamber of commerce. It also gives you access to live community events. This is actually a cannabis event where we had live pour cannabis-infused drinks, as well as live rolling stations. But as you know, located in Philadelphia, cannabis isn't exactly legal. So it keeps specialized communities like this safe from prying eyes. And so what I'm here for today is feedback on viability. as far as using Mina protocol to support the network, employing ZK proofs to verify interactions, and also a call to join. I'm looking for builders and developers for both ZK and Web3, as well as mentors for guidance and testing.
Fantastic. Thanks very much, Mina. Does anyone have any comments, feedback, questions? I have a quick one, which is, I think, like, when you talked about the market at scale in terms of decentralizing the Social Security Administration, a lot of that is going to require, I imagine, bringing legacy institutions on board and showing them kind of viable uses that could be transitioned at like institutional scale. And so I think it makes sense to start off with some smaller communities, but like what are some ways when you're thinking about like turning this into a large scale business that you would kind of earn the trust of these big institutions?
Okay, that's a great question. I think we can refer to during COVID, a lot of digitization happened where we were required to sign up with some entity, I can't remember, my ID or something like that, to verify different statuses when we wanted to apply for PUA. So that had to be a platform that gained trust in government contracts over time through confirmed viability. So starting out as a social interaction platform will give us a great way to gain traction, work out any bugs. And then as we gain security, as we gained plausibility, and as we tested everything out, then we could actually, put out bids for government contracts. And it doesn't have to be exclusive to the US or even start in the US. We can start overseas. We can start working internationally and then come to the US and say, hey, this is what we're doing in Ghana. This is what we're doing in Morocco. This is what we're doing in Canada. What do you guys think about coming on board? And then just like passports are, we could become an international entity. And we don't have to be exclusive. We could just be a service provider.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for the in-depth answer. And I know we got a very international community on the call here. So maybe there's some people who are interested in getting involved. Great. Well, thank you, Mina. And next up we have Kenzie. And then after that we have RussellChoudhury. Kenzie, are you online? Okay. RussellChoudhury, are you online?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you.
Okay, I'll be presenting with my teammate, Arif.
Just there.
Yep. And let me just share my screen and he can start us off. Yep, can you see?
Yeah, all good. I can see one. All right, guys. So hi, first of all, thanks for having us on. My name is Arif. I'll be talking to you about who we are and the problem we want to solve. And then we have Russell, who will be talking to you about the product we want to build to solve the problem. The product we want to build to solve the problem. I'll get straight into it. So the blockchain is forever growing. So are the teams and collaborators working on the blockchain. We want to create something that would provide massive help for these teams to work efficiently and manage their smart contracts. This is where BlockOps was created. Our purpose is to empower teams to actually focus on their product development, but they face a problem. The problem teams and collaborators are having is managing smart contracts collectively. It can be challenging, especially when developers are working on smart contracts simultaneously. So we wanted to take you through a user journey to portray the problem statement. So we have Samantha, a blockchain developer who had been working on smart contract for a DeFi project. So she was tasked with making a state change on the smart contract specifically to modify a parameter for staking rewards. The current staking rate was no longer sustainable and needed to be adjusted to maintain the stability of the project. Samantha knew the staking rate would require careful coordination She also needed to ensure the change was properly tested and secure, as a mistake could lead to a loss of funds or a compromised contract. However, Samantha soon realized the team lacked a proper system for managing their smart contracts. There was no clear process. To make matters worse, there was a lack of clarity on who was responsible for what, and Samantha wasn't too sure who else in the team was working on the contract. As a result, Samantha had to spend a lot of time manually coordinating with the team and testing the change, which slowed down development. Overall, a proper system for managing smart contracts and coordinating with the team made it difficult for Samantha to make the necessary state changes. It highlights the importance of having a clear process in place for smart contract management. And now I'm going to pass it over to Russ, who's going to show you how BlockOps will help devs like Samantha. Over to you, Russ.
Hi, so I'm one of the software developers for BlockOps, and we're trying to build a management and monitoring system for smart contracts. But today I'll just go over the management side of things. So as you know, Samantha, she needs to make a change on the smart contract, make a parameter change, but she doesn't know who to go to, who to talk to, who has like specialized knowledge on this topic, and who needs to approve this for it to go through, etc. So I made this quick mock-up on what BlockOps could look like, not the final design, but sort of to give you an idea. So you can submit these proposals, give a description on the reason why we're making these changes, and then developers can look through the proposal and they can sort of discuss as to the reasons why, discuss any disagreements. And this is especially important because the blockchain is immutable. It has a lot of value in it. So if you have, there could be a loss of funds due to a change that is made. So it needs to go through a thorough process for the security of the smart contract. We also decide to also add multi-sig integration for that reason as well, to also increase that security. We plan to build the backend in like an AWS serverless infrastructure for scalability and cost efficiency, and the front end in React. So we have sort of three types of users. We have the developer who will log in. They will submit a proposal, and when they submit a proposal, they will get a very nice UI where they will get a list of all the functions automatically pulled from the smart contract with the parameters and the values. They just need to fill in the values, and the proposal details, like the reasons why they're making this change. And then the team can go in and comment on the proposal, and the product lead can either accept or reject the proposal. Once accepted, the contract owner, whether this is a multi-sig or otherwise, can then execute it onto the chain. So here's the team. We have Arif, who is the business development manager, who will be working with customer relations, getting customer feedback, which is super important to direct us into creating the correct products and making sure we're building something that is actually needed by the MENA ecosystem and the MENA developers. He is also trying to get more users and also onboarding the users onto our system. Myself, I'm a backend and Web3 developer. I'll be handling the MENA integration into the web app, and also the backend serverless infrastructure. And Ibrahim, who is an amazing software engineer who will be handling the front end and the back end, and has over 5 years experience. So yeah, that's all I have for the presentation, all we have. Thank you for listening. Would love if you just visit this tiny URL link /BlockOpsMENA, and that will take you to the proposal so you can leave comments and discuss. Yeah, that's all we have. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, guys.
Fantastic. Thank you. Looks like, did I see a question just come in? Might have gotten taken out. Did anyone have any questions or feedback? We're running a little late on time, but we have like 30 seconds.
Oh, I just sent a question in the chat for the BlockOps team. Are you considering to manage versioning system for contracts or ABIs related to production? And how do you propose to manage it?
Sorry, can you repeat that? So we plan to, So we plan to,
Oh, sorry.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
So can you clarify the question and then I'll.
Yeah. You just say you are helping with the collaboration when you work in a smart contract, right? But when you release an smart contract to production, and you have some features and functionalities related to that smart contract, and if you implement an upgradable pattern and you need to change something, I don't know if you are considering to manage a versioning system, like maybe recommending or reviewing what can be the problems between the two versions.
I think I understand the question. So for MVP, we're gonna focus on parameter changes. So calling contract functions and then making the sort of state changes that you would have to make that doesn't, like, you can't have your GitHub or your repositories sort of manage these changes because they're more sort of, calling a contract function. So that is our primary use case, but for upgradability of the contract, we will look into it in sort of future iterations.
Cool, guys. Cool.
Great. Thanks for the thoughtful question, and thanks the BlockOps team for presenting. And we also dropped the link in the chat for the proposal. Next up, we have Jonas, and then after that, we have Shinki 3681.
All right, thanks a lot. I'm going to tell you a very short story because we're running late on time, and who doesn't love a good story? So last Christmas, I was sent 12 gift cards of $50 each by different companies as a Christmas gift. And that was a tedious process, you can imagine, because 10 of these cards arrived by mail. They arrived as physical cards. And the reason why this happened and why this is so strange is that it's really, really difficult for companies to give their employees and their partners a little gift or just some recognition of companionship at the end of a year, which was good. Right, it's really problematic to do this from a lot of perspectives. So, for example, if I have a partner in another country that I worked well with, and I want to just show them that I really appreciated their help and the work, then if this person lives on another continent, this is extremely difficult, right? It's impossible to use a bank for something like this. And another problem which is there is then Web3 companies or companies which want to engage in Web3 want to send out rewards and small gifts, loyalty rewards, or any program of that type. Usually they don't have the wallet address of the person they want to send something to. So, right, if the company that sent me these Amazon cards wanted to give me some cryptocurrency instead of Amazon gift cards, which would have been very nice and technically very advanced, they couldn't have done it because they don't know my wallet address. All they know is my email address. And so the product that we want to develop is something where we say, okay, you can give us a list. You can give us a list of things you want people to receive, right? You might say, I have these and these people. I've really appreciated working with them during the last year, and I wish them to receive, let's say, 10 mina or 100 mina each. And then you get from the service, you get a list of secret tokens. You can put in an email and say, thank you very much. Here's a link which contains a secret. And then using the secret, we can construct a zero knowledge proof, which works on the Mina blockchain, and which is hashing this secret and looking it up inside of a Merkle hash tree, eliminating this leaf afterwards. And then we have something where you are eligible, you can prove that you're eligible for something we could call an airdrop or a partner program or loyalty program, and say, all right, here's this reward. Some things about me, just very shortly. I'm a blockchain developer. I've been for a longer time. I've done different projects, and I really want to work on this project because I know there's the need for this, right? I received stupid Amazon gift cards, and I know a lot of companies have this problem. I have already spoken to clients who were saying, you know, how could we do this? How could we do an airdrop to our employees? We don't have their wallet address, right? We don't want to send an email and then hope for them to reply to say, this is my wallet address. It's not a good process. So I know there's a need for this, and I really want to work on this. I think like the key principle to success in this story, I think, is that I want to do this together with someone who has this need, right? I want to start from the top and really start hand in hand with a company or with an organization which wants to participate in such a program, and then build this together with them to create an awesome product. That's a very short story. Thanks. Any questions?
Thanks, Jonas. I was completely wrapped in by that. So maybe I just have one question, which is there how would the receiver is the verification happening with the email address itself, like the owner of how would you prove, or would you need to prove that the person who's opening the email address is the owner of that address, or like how does the verification happen? Yeah.
There's no verification of this required, I think. So for example, Will, if I would say, hey, we have been working well together, I want to participate you, I know your email address, I'm just going to take your email address and send you a private key, basically. Right, it must not be like a 24-character string that looks very ugly, but I can just put it inside of a green box which says, hey, claim your reward. And then you can use this token to receive this reward. It would not be necessarily required for me to check that it's actually you, because if you lost the token, well, but it shouldn't happen because your email provider probably is Gmail, and they rarely leak emails.
Yeah. Fantastic. That's something we on the Mina Foundation team, many people on the call have participated in some of these past programs that we do, and especially for smaller scale rewards, like just giving out a few, token, like much smaller grants. Becomes the operational lift to be able to make that possible becomes very complicated over time.
Thanks. Yeah, that's good insight. True. Yeah, I mean, if you just want to say, hey, you participated in this one event, I want to share something with you, it must not be something very official, but just to show me to you that this was very helpful for me. Yeah, thanks. It's
of course.
So cool. I'm curious if are the 10 companies that gave you these gift cards, was this purely for the story's sake? And if not, how do I find these companies? I'm
just going to put this very, very short. One of these companies was my employer. So I was employed until like a month ago. And one of them was my employer. They just wanted to share some value. And they had built a shop where you could select different things and you could have them sent to your house. Right, you could select a monitor, but all of this was super overpriced, and they had one option to select gift cards. And the other company, which sent me 2 gift cards, it was just really one company, one Web3 company we had engaged with in the last year. We didn't even do business, but we engaged with them and had some discussions. And then somehow I ended up in this list of people who were eligible for some Amazon gift cards. It's really strange, and it looks really strange because there's no good process to share economic value with your companions. Yeah, let me call them companions. There's just no good process for this.
Fantastic. Cool. Oh, well, I'm gonna keep us moving. Thanks, Caleb, as well. I was curious. Cool. Okay. Thank you, Jonas. Next up, we have Shinki 3681. And after that, we have Chong. I also want to call out, there's a couple of people who sent slides and recordings in advance, but we had some trouble getting the audio lined up. So we'll pair these afterwards, but we're not going to do it live given that we've got, we're running almost on the 3rd hour now. So I apologize if someone sent them in, but we'll make sure to get it paired with the recording. Okay, Chong 0001, are you on? After that, we have Scami 5366, Santiago. Okay, we've got only 3 or 4 left at this point. And if someone is on mute and I called them out, feel free to just put in the chat. We'll get you lined back up again. The next would be Edvin, divne 7598. Okay, we got Edvin. And then after that, we'll have Teresa. And after that, we'll have LauriP. So we have 3 left. Thanks everyone for sticking with us. We're 2 hours, 20 minutes in now, and just really appreciate it. And for those presenting at the end, I just appreciate your guys' willingness to stay on. We'll probably continue to evolve this process for future cohorts around how to do this in a little bit more time sensitive way. But cool. Edvin, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Let me share my screen. Just a moment. Apparently, I do have to give permissions to Zoom for that.
No problem. Would you like us to come back?
Yeah, that's fine. But I would need to rejoin. Will, if I share my link to the presentation, can you present it from yours?
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll pass it over to Teresa if you're ready, and then we'll come back to I can share yours afterwards, Edvin. Is that okay?
Yeah, perfect.
That gives us a couple of minutes. Teresa, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
And thank you. I'm very excited, and I can imagine like being in the last one of the last 2%. I just need a little bit more of your attention. I promise I'll stick to the 3 minutes in return.
Great.
Okay. So you see my screen now, right?
Yes. Great.
Okay. I don't know why this, can you see the chat box as well?
We see the dollar symbol and sassy. That's what we see.
All right, fine. Okay, so we are sassy. I'm here with my teammate Ivan, and I'm just gonna. Okay, so let me go through a problem that most of you have faced at some point in time. Let's think, for example, as someone who wants to get a mortgage or a loan, and the process that they usually go through. They need to handle all this documentation, which includes, for example, your ID, which is not only your name and your date of birth, but also contains other information like whether you're married or what's the name of your parents. Then you need to also share with these organizations documents like your last 6 months of transactions, which might also have some personal information. And then after that, you need to share this with different organizations, which will go through an individual process to verify all of those documents that you have handled to arrive to the same proposal or resolution. And this is something that not only happens when you go and want to get some credit, but also can apply to many other use cases, such as we've heard some of them before: identity, AML, and other stuff. So what is it SASSY about? Okay, so SASSY, it's an ecosystem that creates automatic zero knowledge proofs from certified oracles, and that can be bundled on specific use cases, such as a lending application, and then trade into other chains or marketplaces. So this means that you not only keep the privacy of your important information, but also you have the certified source of information. So you don't need to do this manually. You don't need to verify that the resource is legitimate. So then if we go into what is the process behind the architecture, let's say the user goes to SASE and selects a request. For instance, I have a lending request. So then automatically this will create the data, will extract the data from the different oracles that they need to access for that specific request, which won't be the same for each request. And then those requests would generate a zero knowledge proof that will be then published on Mina blockchain, and where the issuer then can aggregate into that specific NFT and then transfer to other chains or other marketplaces. So what this means is that we have a real life application for this technology. It saves times and removes the manuality that is behind. It bridges the Web 2 and the Web 3 using certified sources of information we already have, and then turns them into tradable and customized NFTs that can be shared across other chains and marketplaces. So that was a presentation. I said, I think less than 3 minutes. I hope that makes you happy. And just if you have any questions, let us know.
Yeah, I have a quick question. And maybe you said more on this, I didn't catch it, but you mentioned like dependency on oracles that are certified. What exactly does that look like, and how do you plan to like have that work?
So, well, I can either answer this myself or Ivan.
Yeah, so the idea is using security oracles and access all the different data from different data sources using the oracles. And we are certifying that this specific oracle is providing this data and created the proof with all the aggregating data. So we can call different oracles and compute this data and get the result and publish the result of the proof on the Mana blockchain.
Cool, thanks for the extra input.
Fantastic. Okay, well, we'll drop the link in Discord. Teresa, you made your fans happy with the short and sweet presentation. Thank you guys for presenting, and again, we'll make sure to get this time stamped and sent out, so when the electors are voting, they have that reference to see as well. Fantastic. Okay, I'm going to present Edvin's right now. Let me just share my screen. Okay, here we go. Okay, can everyone see this? Edvin, over to you.
Yep, so this is the ZK Verify platform proposal, which I prepared for cohort 1. You can go on to the next slide. A little bit about myself. I'm an electronics engineer by degree, building software for 10 years, so building on top of blockchain. I worked here for 2 years, it's actually closer to 3. I do love cats, and if you hear some screams around right now, it's my kids playing. No worries, they're just playing, they're not dying, but I apologize for the screaming. So the problems with trust currently exist. Only 36% of Americans trust the media. In a UK survey, 20% of employees face formal repercussions and 63% experience informal retaliation for whistleblowing. Go on, Will. I'll try to be as brief as possible. I appreciate everyone staying that late. I myself couldn't listen to all of the proposals because I'm jumping back and forth, but I'll definitely watch the video later on. I don't know if many of you heard about the secret barristers, essentially a lawyer who identified flaws in the UK legal system and wrote a book by anxious aid anonymous. So the question is, why can't we all contribute from the shadows? And we can, with some caveats. Currently, public online media platforms tend to allow anyone to post, which is great. However, it is problematic when content posters remain anonymous by creating new accounts, by just not making an account, as it becomes quite difficult to verify the authenticity and credibility of the content they produce. Content creators may seek anonymity, complicating the verification process and adhering to journalistic ethics for media platforms. So essentially, that balance between authenticity and privacy should be somehow be preserved. And for that, my solution would be zero knowledge verification, essentially a standalone tool which allows content posters to remain anonymous while also providing verifiable proof of the authenticity of their standing or their claims that content consumers can easily check. I would go in a little tiny details of the latest smart contract architecture because I've heard a lot about it, went through a few of them, and the latest one, which actually executes the token program. So it works like this. DAO means token account for each organization. The organization itself manages the Merkle tree of members. They can update by adding easily. They can remove members, not that easily. It should be the root will be recalculated, but as this is all happening off chain, that's fine. We only store the root. And when the content is posted, the private key at the moment of the postage of a member account prove the membership of the specific or multiple organizations. If there are any questions regarding that, I'm open to answer. Suggestions are also welcome. Regarding the interaction, so content creator, poster submits proof for each organization they're in, along with the media content. Those proofs and the article content signed and hashed. The hash is added as a new leaf to the user's article Merkle root. Whenever the verification process happens, we can verify that the hash content is present in the Merkle tree as a leaf. I hope I'm not running out of time, but during the discussions on the platform, one of the members brought up the monetization problem. After thinking about it, it's possible that the onboarding requires organization as in to pay to join. Other more seamless monetization technique would be a tipping on top of it, which allows content creators to be anonymously rewarded. And for the future integration with other protocols as anonymous advertising and then centralized identity, there are quite a few projects in current cohort who wants to do that is also possible.
Fantastic. Cool. I think we're right at the end. So is there any closing statements or ask for feedback, Edwin?
Yeah, I'm open to feedback. You can jump onto the next slide so that the monetization is not the main reason of that project. It's more for the people to grow, but it is there to support the platforms and so on. Pre-last slide would be great to stay because the standard budget and everything else is included in the proposal itself, and there is a short two more slides will please jump through, and one more. Okay, so that's the outcome. Feedback is welcome. I'm all in ears.
Fantastic. Thank you, Edvin. As we wrap up, we have about like 30 seconds. If anybody has any immediate feedback questions. Okay, I'll keep us running, Edvin, but we'll make sure to drop the link and feel free to share the slides as well. If I'd recommend maybe to share in the comments of the proposal as well. I think that could be really helpful for some people.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you.
Thanks,
okay,
everyone.
Thanks, Edvin. Okay, we have just one, or we have two left actually. This next one is LauriP 8728, and then we're going to come back afterwards to Trong 0001.
Yep. Thanks.
Yes.
Let me share.
Thank you for thank you for sticking with us.
No problem. So what we are proposing here is a suite for websites to verify certain data. Maybe something about me first. There's going to be one member in our team. That's going to be me. I've been doing some blockchain development for the past 5 years, doing some Kairos stuff, old signatures and stuff like that. And about the project, so we are aiming to build this kind of templates and tooling for different websites to allow them to check, for example, some user's age and this kind of personal information. We are not building a full set of like decentralized identity, but we are building some sort of templates for websites that they can check that certain information is correct. Here's a beautiful picture generated by Stable Diffusion. Some information, and then here's a chart how it basically works. So a user enters a website which has taken some of our templates. They come to the website, then the website goes to maybe opens a different pop-up or something, like a bit like a SaaS login pop-up or something like that. It prompts our verification service, which basically acts as a know your client service. We are not going to implement the know your client part, so we will probably just mock that part. But that part will make sure that the user has the information that the website is asking, for example, that they have certain age. And then the Mina circuit is used for generating the proofs for that and verifying the proofs. Well, and then when the Mina circuit is ready, the website will know that, okay, now I have this proof and I can verify it with that Mina circuit. And the only thing that website learns is that, yes, they have this required age to enter this website, for example. So as I said, we're not going to build like the whole system, like how to check age and read passports and that kind of things. We are mostly aimed at templating and maybe like creating guides and that kind of stuff for websites, so they can easily integrate this kind of system in their websites. So we have a few question marks here. We are not exactly sure how to implement this. Maybe the verification service, the know your client service, maybe they have to generate the proof, or maybe they just sign some data and the Mina circuit will check the certificate. We are not exactly sure how this is going to work. So this is one area we are hoping for some feedback. But otherwise, that's basically it.
Fantastic. Thank you. Does anyone have any comments or even want to give feedback on that specific question? I see we've got some ZK app specialists on the call.
Falling asleep already.
Well, I really like the approach of giving the templates for websites to be able to implement on their own. I think that's a really interesting idea and definitely a scalable solution. What I would probably advise is, like, we've got the office hours. It's either the ZK apps channel on Discord, which leans a bit more technical in terms of getting feedback, or joining the office hours. We have twice a day on Wednesdays every week with some of the Snarky.js engineers as well.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. And we'll make sure to get this attached to the proposal as well. Okay. Last one, exciting news, unless anybody else comes up, we have Chong0001. Chong, are you there? Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah, seems like I'm the last one, huh? two
Last but not least.
hours. Yeah. Okay, so because I didn't prepare a deck, so I would go with our proposal, right? Basically, what we are building is a privacy preserving CK-DID. Right now, we all know all these DID projects have their data basically naked on chain. Basically, anyone can take or like do anything with those data, right? And also, where in the Web2 scene, most of the data are like controlled by these big tech giants, where they monetize through selling our data to advertisers, where no users actually own their data. If they're banned or like they're kicked out of the platform or the communities, basically their identity or like their data are gone. Basically, that's what we're trying to solve here. The biggest concern is like all of the whole Web2 paradigm is based on these platform collecting our data in exchange of our attention. Basically, we are using all this service for free. In the meantime, they collect our data, which involves into selling to third party, using our data for further exploitation, which users have no way to protect or like have any privacy concern unless they don't want to use any of this service, right? In our solution, basically what we are trying to do is we are trying to establish a CK-based privacy conserving Web3C compatible DID protocol, where this is a privacy DID protocol for users to retake their data ownership and store it in our ledger. At the meantime, we are building a project called Branch, which is a browser extension which helps users to access GPT functionality or like this LLM functionality to collect and analyze their usage on their browser to store their data in their. Previously we used a P2P protocol to store them to preserve this data, but we know if once this data are leaked, there's basically no solution that we can help these users to monetize or like get benefits or like perks on this data, right? So we are trying to we have been researching and looking into CK stuff, and we find a really interesting idea on C, like a really interesting application on CK, which such that users could like authorize some of their data to, or like dedicate this data to the protocol for monetized or in exchange for perks and services in this platform or like apps in the ecosystem, where with like OAuth and like data bot and stuff, users could like let's say, for example, I'm like I have 10 years of like my knowledge on YouTube, but in order for me to prove to someone that I have all this amount of knowledge or like experience on that, basically there's a huge amount of communication costs such that people could trust me. So I'm such a person, right? But with the CK knowledge proof stuff, basically all it takes is basically I let them scan my code or something like that. I can let them know my personality or like my decentralized identity or so what. Yeah, that's basically what we are trying to do. We are trying to let's say we are building the CK-DID pod in the meantime of building the data mining site for the users to take their data from the browser end. Yeah, basically what we are trying to accomplish in the MENA community is we're currently still looking for more dev to join us. In the meantime, we are open for more people to discuss with us about how we are gonna bring this thing alive. Yeah, this is basically it.
Fantastic. Well done. Definitely with ending with some strength there. We have one question in the chat, which says, by having YouTube experience, do you mean provable viewer engagement metrics or proving that someone played on repeat videos about learning how to code?
Yes, it is correct. Basically, from the browser end, all the user's experience or like the pathway of how he browses YouTube and all the knowledge graph or like social graph, the interactions are collected on the browser end for the users, which are of course encrypted and privacy preserving, which later, if the users want to use this data to prove his, like for example, personality. For example, there is in, for example, a coding interview or like a hiring process where he needs to prove a certain type of his skill, we could basically brings all this data in the context where, for example, I could put in if someone here knows LangChain, put all this context there, and then the interviewer could ask questions to the basically the large language model to generate questions to basically what we say is like a Turing test for the guy to say all these data are like actually real. I didn't fake those data. I've like 5 years of this real learning experience, which is my value of the data. Yeah, basically that's what the approach is.
Fantastic. Very interesting. Okay, I think that brings us to the end, but before we go, is anyone on that didn't get a chance to present that would like to? Okay. Well, I just want to say thank you so much again for, everybody who's come to present, everybody who's come to listen, who's come to give feedback. And we've got about a little less than 1 week to go until the proposals get finalized. So I'd love to channel some of this energy back into the platform and getting those comments going until we get the deadline date comes. So once again, thank you. If people are watching this on YouTube, thank you for sticking with us. We'll do our best to make sure that we get everything linked appropriately. Oh, and heads up, I think you're still sharing your screen there. Chong, maybe I can, yeah, there we go. Okay.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, no problem. And we will be sharing this afterwards later today. We'll combine both last week and this week's proposal, or yesterday and today's presentation, so everyone has access. I think it'll be a fat 5.5, 6 hour YouTube video, which I think if you're watching this on YouTube again and you've made it to the end, then real credit to you. But if you skip to the end, it's just a testament to how much activity there is in the Mina ecosystem right now. So spread the word. ZK apps are coming on mainnet, and lots of interesting things are going to be built. So it's been a pleasure, and we'll talk to everybody very soon. Thank you.